Chapter 1 Conscription, that's the situation. You should prepare yourself after you go back. The instructor in the black uniform crossed his arms and looked at the frail youth before him, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. I've been included in the conscription quota? Lin Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment. He had not long crossed over and had not yet had time to adapt. Before he knew it, he was hit with this bolt from the blue. Actually, for ordinary students like Lin Yuan, conscription wasn't such a bad thing. The government was always generous with its military spending. Even if you were a conscript, the treatment wasn't bad. But that was during peacetime. Now, there were rumors of alien invasions in the border star systems. Many people speculated that the purpose of this conscription was to bolster the front-line reserves. In the Starry Sea era of 2,600,000 years, the Cosmic Human Alliance carried out fervent interstellar expansion, occupying countless galaxy systems, inevitably coming into contact with other species' civilizations. Resources were limited, and to vie for various cosmic resources, human civilization initiated a series of conflict wars. Those ousted alien civilizations all watched human civilization from the shadows, looking for any opportunity to counterattack. Now this is troublesome. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that, although human civilization overall had the absolute upper hand in most wars against other species civilizations, the situation on specific battlefields was anything but smooth sailing. The alien civilizations deep in the Starry Sea were ferocious and brutal, with individuals whose strength was unimaginably great. Tearing apart warships with bare hands was no joke. In combat against these aliens, even fully armed human soldiers had an average mortality rate of 20 to 30%. Moreover, due to the secrecy of the war, all soldiers involved in the extermination of alien races were prohibited from communicating with the outside world. The average duration of localized starry wars was long, lasting 100 or even several hundred years as nothing out of the ordinary. In other words, Lin Yuan, having been selected for this conscription quota, even if he survived the conflict with the aliens, would likely spend the rest of his life aboard a cold spacecraft in outer space. He would never again touch the ground or seas of a living planet. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. "Director, can we talk about this? My parents are counting on me for support, and I have a younger sister." The instructor tapped on the desk, speaking seriously. "Don't worry, by actively responding to the government's conscription policy, your family will be properly taken care of. Your father's current position will be raised by 1 level, and your mother will receive a respectable job in the district. Your sister will have all her tuition fees waived from now on, and after she turns 18, she will be granted 1 opportunity for advanced study at a higher education institution. So, you've even taken care of everything after my death?" Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling indescribably complex. In truth, these terms were acceptable. His father was currently at a career bottleneck, which most people couldn't break through in decades. His mother was unemployed, and securing a respectable job would greatly improve the family's living conditions. As for his sister, a chance for advanced study at a higher education institution was something money couldn't buy. If his sister could attend advanced studies at a higher institution, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her prospects would be boundless. But, why should all this come at the expense of my sacrifice? Lin Yuan had only crossed over into this body a few days ago, and although he had received all the memories, facing such a situation of sacrifice won for the happiness of the family, an indescribable resistance surged in his heart. "I still prefer life on a planet." Lin Yuan fell silent for a while, then couldn't help but speak out. Once he became a soldier, everything would be subject to militarized management. By then it would be too late to refuse. Although refusing now probably wouldn't make much difference either. Lin Yuan, serving the government is a duty every citizen should fulfill. Besides, this conscription is a mandatory policy. If it lands on you, it's no use not wanting to go. Moreover, young man, what's wrong with going out and making your way? Getting to see alien species that only appear in textbooks is something ordinary citizens can never achieve in their lifetimes. If you manage to distinguish yourself, you might even be reassigned back to a military position. It's a rare opportunity. The director patiently consoled Lin Yuan for a few moments. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say more, but the director cut him off with a sweep of his hand. All right, you can go now. Spend more time with your family in the next few days. Under the director's gaze, Lin Yuan stood up and left. Outside, over a dozen students about Lin Yuan's age were lined up waiting. When Lin Yuan came out, one of the students entered. Classmate, what did the director ask us to come here for? A student with dark skin urgently grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and whispered. You'll know once you go in, Lin Yuan sighed and without saying more, walked away. Before meeting the director, Lin Yuan had not expected to be included in the mandatory conscription quota. Last week, he learned about the compulsory conscription from a broadcast by an authoritative media on his planet. But at the time, Lin Yuan didn't take it too seriously. The scope of compulsory conscription included the entire Kanglan star as well as dozens of nearby habitable planets. With a permanent population of 50 billion on Kanglan star, the conscription quota allocated to Kanglan star was only in the hundreds of thousands. From a probabilistic standpoint, the chance that a citizen would be selected for mandatory conscription was roughly 1 in 100,000. Such a minuscule chance didn't concern Lin Yuan in the slightest. But reality is full of surprises. Chapter 2 Conscription _2 The original body had bought all kinds of lottery tickets for over 10 years and had never won once. Yet with just a 1 in 100,000 chance, he was conscripted right away. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan found his parents and even his young sister, who rarely sat in her seat, were there. She gazed at the cake in front of her, drooling, but dared not reach out for it. Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Qiong stood up, her gaze upon Lin Yuan full of words she seemed unable to express. Father Lin Shouqing was frowning, sitting there deep in thought. Obviously, the news of Lin Yuan being drafted had already reached home. Even more, compared to Lin Yuan, his parents had known about it earlier. There might still be room for maneuver with the conscription. Tomorrow I will go see your uncle and ask him to pull some strings on your behalf, Father Lin Shouqing spoke. The uncle he referred to was a distant relative, currently holding a position in a certain research institute with quite a few connections. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. The conscription policy was decreed by the government. Not to mention an employee of some unknown research institute, even the Kanglan Star governor would have to pay a hefty price to make a change. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly had connections with the governor, his name would not appear on the conscription list at all. Before the conscription list is finalized, spending money and using connections might give hope to not being listed. But once the list is set, it's difficult to be removed. I'm a bit tired. I'm going back to my room. After eating a bit, Lin Yuan got up and returned to his room. How to be excluded from the conscription list? Lin Yuan lay back on the soft bed, still harboring a sliver of hope. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom is one of the 3 major goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance. She is the core intelligence processing system of the whole civilization, commanding the operation of the civilization, responsible for all the affairs of all citizens of the human civilization, strictly monitoring any abnormal behavior, making sure it adheres to the civilization's charter in all operations. In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, the civilization of humankind could sweep over many alien races, thanks in no small part to the work of the 3 goddesses. If not for the 3 goddesses' absolutely selfless handling of affairs, the cosmic human civilization might have perished in internal strife long ago. How could it develop to such a vast, splendid, and dazzling civilization? Humans have emotions, can have cognitive biases toward things, and can be influenced by emotions to make incorrect decisions, but the 3 goddesses do not. The stance of the 3 goddesses is always for the entire human civilization, with no selfishness, always maintaining fairness. The goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan is connecting to, of course, is not the main consciousness of the real goddess of wisdom. It is a minuscule subconsciousness derived from her, a privilege that every citizen possesses. Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your question. An electronic synthesized voice, through the omnipresent network, rang in Lin Yuan's ears. I want to know, what are the conditions for exemption from forced conscription? Lin Yuan organized his language and asked. Forced conscription originates from Article 156 of the Charter, intended to maintain the stability of human civilization and for warfare against others. All human citizens have a duty to comply with conscription. The following 3 conditions can exempt one from forced conscription. 1. Evolvers, humans who are on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization and have the privilege to refuse the policy of forced conscription. Devolvers. Lin Yuan's expression was complex. In the lengthy history of the Starry Sea era, evolvers were no secret. There were many ways to become an evolver, mainly divided into unique type evolvers and common type evolvers. Unique type evolvers are easy to understand, not widely available or replicable evolvers. For instance, certain evolutionary families that pass their traits through bloodlines belong to this category. There are also individuals who have gone through an unrepeatable unique process, experienced mutations, and gained extraordinary powers. They are also deemed unique type evolvers. As for common type evolvers, they are humans who have embarked on a stable evolutionary path. For example, genetic warriors who have taken expensive gene medicine to step onto the path of evolution. Or spirit masters, who became killing machines through brutal training and torture, combined with specific cultivation methods, and so on. Any stable evolutionary path is incredibly precious. It is the valuable knowledge explored by countless ancestors at the cost of their lives. I suppose I'm just an ordinary person, Lin Yuan sighed. Being ordinary meant he had no connection with unique type evolvers. If Lin Yuan wanted to become an evolver, he could only consider the common path of evolution. However, that is not something that happens overnight, although a few paths like that of genetic warriors might be fast-tracked. But such speed depends on the costly gene medicine and other treasures. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, gene medicine is a tightly controlled product. Ordinary people have absolutely no means of purchasing eligibility. Even if we step back 10,000 steps, Lin Yuan couldn't afford it even if the gene potion were placed right in front of him. As Lin Yuan was pondering, the cold, indifferent synthesized electronic voice sounded again. 2. Cosmic 4th-level citizens have a privilege exemption every 10 years, which can be used to avoid forced conscription. 4th-level citizen. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. In the Starry Sea era, Year Yuan, human civilization had established a citizen-level system. Citizens are divided into 12 levels, and the higher the level, the more privileges they enjoy. The way to improve one's citizen level is to make contributions to human civilization. This is supervised and implemented by 3 goddesses and is absolutely fair. It is extremely difficult to raise one's citizen level. Nearly 99% of citizens remain at level 1 from birth until death. Of course, this is accompanied by many benefits for high-level citizens. From level 4 citizens onward, one has a privilege exemption every 10 years. They can forgive the sentences of citizens below serious criminals. Forced conscription is also included. However, with the Lin family's current connections, where could he even begin to meet a 4th-level citizen? You should know that the entire population of Kanglan Star, with its 50 billion permanent residents, has only one citizen who has reached the 4th level. That person is the Kanglan Star governor, a major figure holding the life and death of billions of citizens in their hands. What about the third option? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. 3. Contribute to the human civilization and rise to a 2nd-level citizen, then you can be exempted from forced conscription. The synthesized electronic voice came once more, but it made Lin Yuan fall silent again. A 2nd-level citizen, even if not an evolver, has a status no lower than most evolvers. The privileges held by evolvers are naturally also available to 2nd-level citizens. However, this is even harder than becoming an evolver. At least Lin Yuan knows how to become an evolver, even if he can't accomplish it. But to be promoted to a 2nd-level citizen, one needs a contribution that can be recognized by the goddess of wisdom, which is completely clueless. What specific actions can be considered contributions? Lin Yuan probed further. Providing a brand new evolutionary path will be rewarded with a huge contribution. The synthesized electronic voice sounded again. Vaguely, Lin Yuan realized, the goddess of wisdom places great importance on brand-new evolutionary paths. Otherwise, she wouldn't offer a tremendous contribution as a reward. Let's think of other methods. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples as he considered the three scenarios provided by the goddess of wisdom. None of them were possible for him at the moment, especially the last one, providing a brand-new evolutionary path. If Lin Yuan had such an ability, he would have already ascended to a second-level citizen. Why would he be worrying about forced conscription? Unconsciously, it had already reached midnight. Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange suction pulled Lin Yuan's consciousness toward his mind. And deep in his mind, a grand, towering gate of light appeared. Inside the gate was a pale blue light curtain. It rippled like water, continuously undulating. "What is this?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He then woke up from his sleep. It wasn't a dream. After waking up, Lin Yuan could still sense the gate of light deep within his mind. At the same time, rows of illusory text flashed through his field of view. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm, none. Talent, none. Divine skills, none. Chapter 3 Reincarnation descends, against heaven's understanding, this gate, can it send me to another world? Through a brief spiritual contact, streams of information flowed from within the gate. In short, Lin Yuan could, if he wished, pass through the gate in his mind and enter another world. This entering wasn't a physical one, but an arrival of true spirit, consciousness, similar to the cycle of transmigration. The door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan looked contemplative. According to the text flashing at the bottom of his field of vision, the light gate in his mind should be the door to the myriad realms. And Lin Yuan was its holder. Should I give it a try now? Lin Yuan fell into thought. The door to the myriad realms could send his true spirit consciousness into a different world. But it wasn't without limitations. Each traverse required a period of recharging for the door to the myriad realms. Based on the orbital cycle of Kanglan Star, this period was roughly 8 months to a year. Never mind that. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. In a few days, conscription staff would take him away. Then, like the other recruits, he would be under comprehensive surveillance. Lin Yuan didn't know whether the true spirit traversal through the door to the myriad realms would leave traces on the body that the monitors could detect as abnormal. But Lin Yuan didn't want to gamble. Anyone could see that the door to the myriad realms in his mind was an extraordinary treasure. If it were to be discovered, the consequences would undoubtedly be worse than compulsory conscription. He understood the principle that possession of treasure could be a crime. The best time to traverse the myriad realms was now. At least for the moment, Lin Yuan wasn't under any surveillance. Even if anomalies arose, he hoped to cover them up. Furthermore, given the extraordinary nature of the door to the myriad realms, it might enable Lin Yuan to become an evolved being and avoid compulsory conscription. Traverse. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the gate of light in his mind started to vibrate. Lin Yuan merely felt his spiritual consciousness uncontrollably surging into the gate. The Dali dynasty. The Great Zen Temple. As a renowned Buddha gate sanctuary, the Great Zen Temple had an unfathomable heritage. There were no fewer than 50 martial monks in the innate realm and even a Grandmaster realm holy monk. One must know, whether in government or in the martial fraternity, an innate martial artist was already a master of a locality, while a Grandmaster could be counted on one's fingers. With a Grandmaster presiding, the Great Zen Temple could basically be considered one of the top forces. Martial Monk Institute. Hundreds of martial monks, bare-chested, were sweating profusely, practicing Arhat Fist. Arhat Fist was not any profound martial art, but it greatly benefited the foundation of their cultivation. The many monks of Great Zen Temple often practiced this boxing technique to circulate the qi and blood in their bodies. As the martial monks practiced the fist over and over, not far away, a group of 3 to 4-year-old novice monks in gray robes poked their heads out. Round eyes looked on, filled with curiosity and anticipation. This group of novices was the most recent batch of disciples taken in by the great Zen temple. Their identities were mostly that of orphans with no parents. I didn't expect. Among the dozen or so young novices, one particularly young novice's gaze suddenly flashed with a strange color. This novice was naturally Lin Yuan, who had traversed here. The martial world. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. Although the original young novice was young, he still had some understanding of this world. It was a world similar to the Earth of ancient times, where practitioners of martial Tao could defy thousands single-handedly. Lin Yuan gathered from the young novice's memory that an old monk of great Zen temple, from tens of meters away, had lightly struck, shattering a wall with a single palm. Such power in the world of human civilization in the universe would undoubtedly be considered superhuman among the ranks of the evolved. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm, none. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current status, consciousness descended. Residence time, 20 years. In the lower left of Lin Yuan's field of vision, a row of ethereal characters flitted by without a sound. I can only stay in this world for 20 years? Lin Yuan appeared lost in thought. This wasn't hard to understand. But the newly appeared, bound talent, made Lin Yuan somewhat puzzled. Against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan checked himself over and found that, other than his 5 senses becoming much clearer, there were no other abnormalities. Huh. That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up to see a sparrow flying overhead. His acute senses allowed him to notice every detail on the sparrow's body. Feathers, wings, pinions. Just a moment passed. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the sparrow's flight, you have comprehended the martial art divine sparrow sky-crossing skill. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, numerous key points about the divine sparrow sky-crossing skill flooded into his mind. This skill allowed one to briefly hover in midair, and even if one couldn't truly fly and soar like a real sparrow, it was incredibly amazing. So this is against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Just by watching a sparrow for a moment, he had comprehended a rare movement skill. Indeed, this ability lived up to the term against heaven. An earthworm. Lin Yuan shifted his focus, looking at an earthworm crawling out of the soil next to him. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the earthworm burrowing, you have comprehended the martial art earth dragon rolling skill. A wealth of digging techniques and experience emerged. Using the earth dragon rolling skill, Lin Yuan could quickly create a huge network of underground tunnels, making him the ancestor of all tomb robbers. Abnormal. This is just too abnormal. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel astounded inside. At the same time, he no longer paid attention to his surroundings. Instead, his gaze turned to many martial monks practicing their punches not far away. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the martial monks practicing Arhat Fist, you have comprehended the superior martial art Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Compared to the previous 2 attempts, this time it took much longer, almost half an incense stick's burning time. Great Arhat Buddha Fist? Sudden insight sprang up in Lin Yuan's mind, and he began practicing the punches fluidly. Underneath an old towering tree at the Martial Monk Institute, Abbot Huiwen paused, looking at the many martial monks practicing their punches. Not bad, not bad. The path of martial Tao has no shortcuts. Only decades of relentless hard work can lead to significant achievements. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly, his face revealing a look of approval. He watched for a while and didn't notice any monks slacking off. Everyone was seriously practicing their punches without any laziness. Those little rascals. Abbot Huiwen's gaze drifted and noticed a group of young novices peeking from not too far away. The great Zen temple, though a holy site of Buddha's gate, was also among the great martial sects, so it was normal for newly initiated novices to yearn for the martial Tao. Can't even walk yet and already thinking of running? The moment Abbot Huiwen spotted 6 or 7 novices imitating the martial monks, practicing punches with theatrical postures, he couldn't help feeling helpless. Even if Arhat Fist was not some profound martial art, it was still a secret technique of the great Zen temple. Learning it without 7 or 8 years of practice was very difficult. That was under the condition of having ample qi and blood and guidance from expert teachers. As for those novices, their bodies were not even fully grown, and it was impossible for them to master Arhat Fist. Nonsense, nothing but nonsense. Abbot Huiwen frowned. Practicing martial arts was not a joking matter. Forcing practice could not only be unhelpful but could also harm the body. Just as Abbot Huiwen was about to step in and shoo away the group of novices, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the youngest among the novices. Similar to the other novices, this one was also practicing the punches. Abbot Huiwen's expression changed subtly, becoming increasingly incredulous as he watched, his heart shaken like a tumultuous sea. Chapter 4: A martial Tao prodigy seen once in 1,000 years? For Abbot Huiwen, an innate realm peak martial artist, there was hardly anything that could stir his emotions. The Buddha Gate's martial arts inherently possessed the effect of calming the mind and qi. Having been immersed in the Buddha's teachings for 70 to 80 years, it wasn't to say that he wouldn't bat an eyelid if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, but it wouldn't be too far off. Yet now, his heart was tumultuous with shock and amazement. Is this the Arhat Fist? No, this isn't the Arhat Fist. Abbot Huiwen carefully observed the young novice practicing the fist technique. Compared to the hundreds of adult martial monks executing the Arhat Fist, bursting forth with vast vital energy, this young novice's practice didn't create any disturbance. However, in Huiwen's eyes, there was something like an antelope hanging by its horns. A natural masterpiece. Every punch and kick from the young novice carried an inexplicable meaning. How is this possible? How can a mere child grasp such a profound technique? Huiwen was incredulous. Any martial art, including those from Buddha Gate, would require a great deal of time and comprehension to master. The Arhat Fist wasn't overly complex martial arts, but a normal person would still need 6 to 7 years of arduous training to achieve proficiency. And yet, the fist technique practiced by the young novice clearly exceeded the Arhat Fist by several levels, and he had already mastered it to perfection, which was utterly inconceivable. What astounded Huiwen the most was that he had never seen the fist technique the novice was practicing before. It had traces of the Arhat Fist, but was incomparably more sophisticated, almost reaching the level of the 72 supreme skills of the great Zen temple. Such a superior Buddha Gate martial art, and Huiwen, the nearly 100-year-old monk, had never heard of it. Abbot. The other novices also noticed Huiwen's gaze. Each one of them turned pale and stood obediently in their places. Only Lin Yuan continued to practice the newly comprehended Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Huiwen at that moment wasn't concerned about these novices who had sneaked out. He waved his hand, signaling all the novices to leave, while he himself stared intently at Lin Yuan, who was practicing his fists. Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Lin Yuan, while practicing this newly realized martial technique, felt a tingling sensation radiating from his limbs and bones. It was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Unsure of how much time had passed, a strand of qi silently condensed inside the dantian located below Lin Yuan's abdomen. Could this be inner qi? The innate qi that only innate realm martial artists can wield? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Being only 3 or 4 years old, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that innate inner qi was a power wielded by innate martial Tao experts. Once the inner qi formed, Lin Yuan suddenly felt hungry. So he instinctively stopped practicing his fists, as continuing would probably starve him to death. However, when Lin Yuan looked around, he noticed that the hundreds of martial monks, as well as the dozen or so novices nearby, had all vanished without a trace. In their place stood 7 elderly monks, and the old monk in the middle with the long eyebrows had a piercing gaze that made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Abbot? Head monk? Lin Yuan ventured to ask. Among the 7 monks, Lin Yuan had met 3 of them. They were the heads of the Martial Monk Institute, the Discipline Academy, and the current abbot of the Great Zen Temple. As for the remaining 4, he did not recognize them. However, given that they stood alongside the abbot and the institute heads, their status was certainly not low. Especially Elder Long Eyebrow, even the abbot only dared to stand half a step behind him. Little fellow, the current abbot of the great Zen temple, Huiwen, revealed a gentle smile and asked, "Where did you learn the boxing technique you just practiced?" After Abbot Huiwen sent the other novice monks away, he immediately contacted the abbot of the great Zen temple and the other institute heads. These real martial Tao experts of the great Zen temple immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed over, setting aside what they were doing. Everyone's judgment was the same as Huiwen's. The boxing technique Lin Yuan practiced held profound intentions and was not inferior to any superior martial arts. Moreover, this technique was an unheard-of fist technique of the Buddha Gate. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there existed superior Buddhist martial arts that they had never even heard of in this world. Where I learned it from, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan internally breathed a sigh of relief. Performing the great Arhat Buddha fist on the spot was, in part, to showcase his talent. Through his attempts just now, Lin Yuan understood that to maximize the effect of his against heaven's understanding, he needed to expose himself to as many of the world's profound martial arts as possible. By observing sparrows and earthworms, he could only comprehend ordinary martial techniques like divine sparrow skycrossing skill and earth dragon rolling skill. But by watching the martial monks practice the Arhat fist, he was able to directly comprehend the superior martial art great Arhat Buddha fist. If he could observe a superior martial art, the technique he would comprehend. Although Lin Yuan did not know the status of superior martial arts, the fact that it allowed him to ascend to heaven in one step and condense innate qi was certainly not simple. To gain access to the kind of superior martial arts of the great Zen temple, or even more profound ones, his status as a mere novice monk would definitely not suffice. Replying to the abbot, I saw the brothers practicing their boxing and wanted to join in. As I was practicing, I came to understand this technique, though I'm not sure if I should have. Lin Yuan timely showed a hint of trepidation. The words he spoke were not false. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, if Lin Yuan were this candid, he might be observed or even studied. But in this world, which resembled the martial world of an ancient feudal dynasty, especially in a place full of Buddhist atmosphere like the great Zen temple, even if Lin Yuan showed extraordinary talents, he would only be regarded as a true Buddha reincarnated or a living Buddha child. To watch the martial monks practice the Arhat fist and then comprehend a superior martial art that far surpasses the Arhat fist, the abbot of the great Zen temple and the other institute heads fell silent. Elder Long Eyebrow, who scrutinized Lin Yuan with sharp eyes, also fell silent. If anyone else dared to say such things, they naturally wouldn't believe it. What a joke! Do they really think superior martial arts are as common as cabbages? Most superior martial arts in the world are created through the painstaking efforts of Grand Master Realm martial Tao experts. The great Zen temple, as a sacred Buddha gate and one of the great martial sects, mainly relies on 72 unique skills to continuously cultivate innate realm martial Tao experts. The 72 unique skills are precisely 72 superior martial arts. You, a mere child of 3 or 4, claim to have comprehended a superior martial art? However, upon closer consideration, the abbot and others found it bizarrely possible that what Lin Yuan said could be true. Firstly, the great Arhat Buddha fist is a superior martial art of the Buddha Gate. In the current world, apart from the great Zen temple, there indeed are some other Buddhist sections. But without a doubt, the great Zen temple is at the forefront. There are superior Buddhist martial arts beyond the 72 unique skills. But the abbot and the institute heads certainly would have heard of them. The superior martial art practiced by Lin Yuan, however, was the first time anyone had seen it. Secondly, it is not difficult to see that the great Arhat Buddha fist is deeply connected to the Arhat fist. This is consistent with Lin Yuan's claim that he comprehended the great Arhat Buddha fist by observing the Arhat fist. In a flash, the abbot of the great Zen temple and several institute heads exchanged glances. A thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. Could it be that among the new disciples recently accepted by the great Zen temple, there truly appeared a martial Tao prodigy that comes once in a millennium? Chapter 5 Sutra Pavilion, 5 years later, little fellow, show me your hand. As the abbot and the heads of the various halls' thoughts were churning wildly, Elder Long Eyebrow stepped forward and said with a gentle tone. Fine. Lin Yuan did not refuse. In fact, he could not refuse. When he looked at Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan felt the strand of innate qi that had just begun to nourish within his dantian trembling. It was clear. This Elder Long Eyebrow was far beyond Lin Yuan's imagination in strength. He was at least a large cut above the abbot and the heads of the various halls. Because Lin Yuan had not felt such pressure from the latter. Martial arts perfected, inner qi self-generated. Indeed, he has cultivated a superior martial art to the perfect state. Elder Long Eyebrow lightly touched Lin Yuan's right hand, a scorching inner qi spread, and then he sighed. Inner qi self-generated? The great Zen temple's abbot and the various heads exhaled in unison when they heard this. Even though they had already suspected it, it still seemed incredible to them. In this world of martial Tao, there are the acquired realm, innate realm, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Generally speaking, being a grandmaster is already the ceiling, and a great grandmaster. One might not appear even in hundreds of years. And the majority of martial artists belong to the acquired and innate realms. There are roughly 3 ways to step from the acquired realm into the innate realm. 1. Swallow a rare spiritual medicine from heaven and earth, and as long as the medicinal power is absorbed, even an ordinary person can become an innate realm martial Taoist. 2. An acquired peak martial artist grasps the opportunity for a breakthrough and successfully enters the innate realm. This way is also the mainstream. Nearly all innate martial artists come about this way. 3. Perfecting a superior martial art to its ultimate state. A superior martial art is the painstaking creation of a grandmaster-level martial Taoist. A superior martial art at the perfect level has already developed a certain aspect of the body to the ultimate extent. Therefore, it is not strange for innate qi to naturally arise from this. However, martial Taoists who enter the innate realm through this path are basically in their 50s or 60s, after decades of day and night studying a superior martial art. Finally, on a certain day, an enlightenment arises from a serendipitous event. For someone like Lin Yuan to grasp a superior martial art at the age of 3 or 4, at least the abbot and heads had never heard of such a thing. Only those who are born with knowledge, the once-in-1,000 years martial prodigy, could barely explain it. Little fellow, would you like to take me as your master? Elder Long Eyebrow looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and suddenly asked. At these words, the abbot and the various heads did not show any surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had grasped a superior martial art and cultivated it to the perfect state, they realized that Lin Yuan's martial talent was truly the best seen in the great Zen temple for 1,000 years. Such a martial Tao prodigy could only be taught by Elder Long Eyebrow in the entire great Zen temple. As for the abbot and heads, strictly speaking, they were at the same innate level as Lin Yuan. Where were they qualified to take disciples? Disciple pays respect to master. Lin Yuan immediately bowed deeply to Elder Long Eyebrow. Becoming the disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow indeed saved Lin Yuan a great deal of time. According to the rules of the great Zen temple, any disciple, no matter who they are or what their status, must go through 3 years as a horse-riding monk, 3 years of menial service, 3 years in the Sutra Exposition Hall, and 3 years in the Discipline Academy. Only after enduring these 12 years do they qualify to truly engage with the genuine martial arts of the great Zen temple. If Lin Yuan hadn't shown his talent and had hidden among the ordinary novice monks, who knows how much time it would have wasted. Although with his against heaven's understanding, even by watching mountains and waters, he could still have epiphanies, the different starting points meant vastly different gains in the same amount of time. Under the premise that he could only stay in this world for 20 years, hiding would obviously not work. As Elder Long Eyebrow's disciple and having the only grandmaster of the great Zen temple to teach him personally, combined with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan's progress was indeed rarely seen in the world. 2 months later, Lin Yuan and Elder Long Eyebrow sat opposite each other. From now on, you should move to Sutra Pavilion to live. Elder Long Eyebrow's mouth twitched slightly. These words implied that Elder Long Eyebrow had realized he could no longer teach Lin Yuan. There was no helping it. Lin Yuan's understanding was too exaggerated. In the beginning, Elder Long Eyebrow could still offer some guidance to Lin Yuan. But after a few days, something felt amiss. Since ancient times, the phrase to lift one and infer three was used to describe people with keen talents. But was Lin Yuan merely capable of drawing inferences from one fact? No, he was able to infer tenfold, even 100-fold. No matter what Elder Long Eyebrow said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand. And from that, he could perceive even more profound meanings. What astonished Elder Long Eyebrow even more was that Lin Yuan's talent was not limited to the martial Tao. He was equally talented in understanding Buddhist sutras and laws. Facing such an anomaly, even a grandmaster like Elder Long Eyebrow felt somewhat overwhelmed. So towards the end, rather than saying Elder Long Eyebrow was instructing Lin Yuan, it was more like a debate between two high monks on equal footing. Sometimes, the words of Lin Yuan brought great benefit to Elder Long Eyebrow, despite being a grandmaster himself. And all this had only taken 2 months. Sutra Pavilion? Lin Yuan's eyes shone with a faint light. The Sutra Pavilion was where the great Zen temple stored its martial arts. It was an absolutely critical and vital place. The 72 ultimate techniques, the 72 supreme martial arts, were all housed on the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Besides, the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion contained martial arts that surpassed even the 72 ultimate techniques. Lin Yuan had long wanted to go to the Sutra Pavilion to have a look, but Elder Long Eyebrow had not agreed yet, saying something about being too young and that touching upon things that were too advanced could be detrimental to one's mental state. The numerous martial arts collected in the Sutra Pavilion are the creations of the past grandmasters of the great Zen temple. There, you should be able to learn a lot more. Elder Long Eyebrow waved his hand, with an attitude of giving up. Since he could not teach Lin Yuan, let the legacy of the past grandmasters of the great Zen temple do the teaching. In fact, the Sutra Pavilion, being an important place in the great Zen temple, was out of bounds for regular disciples. But Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow, entering the Sutra Pavilion wouldn't be a problem for him at all. After that day, Elder Long Eyebrow declared he would go into seclusion. And Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra Pavilion frequently. Only 3 years old, Lin Yuan began to browse through numerous martial arts. The martial arts stored in the Sutra Pavilion were vast as the sea. The 72 ultimate techniques were just the most famous part, among many other martial arts. I Jing Jing. On the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan took out an ancient tome. The I Jing Jing was a unique martial art that could remodel the meridians and enhance martial talent. Its value was even above that of the 72 ultimate techniques. However, no one in the entire Great Zen Temple had managed to master this martial art. The reason was that the threshold was too high. It required not only martial understanding but was also related to the essence of Buddhist scriptures. Elder Long Eyebrow might have had the foundation to practice the I Jing Jing, but for a grandmaster, the I Jing Jing was no longer that significant. Lin Yuan picked up the original text of the I Jing Jing and began to read intently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Your understanding is against heavens. By observing the special martial art I Jing Jing, you've comprehended the special martial art I Jing washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He felt an indescribable energy beginning to circulate within his limbs and bones, slowly strengthening his own meridians and flesh. This force was not limited to the physical body but was also nourishing Lin Yuan's spirit and soul. The original I Jing Jing could only remodel the meridians, which seems too one-dimensional. This newly comprehended I Jing washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill can strengthen all aspects without any weaknesses or flaws. Even great grandmasters would probably be envious to see this. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. With 2 months of teachings from Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial arts of the present world was no longer negligible. Grandmasters do not focus on sinews and bones. Or rather, every grandmaster has already developed their sinews and bones to the extreme limit of ordinary people. But the subsequent tempering of the body, exchanging of blood, and refining of the spirit could have a huge impact on grandmasters. Especially the refining of the spirit, which it is said even great grandmasters desperately desire to enhance through martial arts. With this E-gene washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, stepping into the Grand Master realm should come sooner rather than later. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with himself. After comprehending the great Arhat Buddha fist, Lin Yuan ascended rapidly, bypassing the acquired realm and stepping directly into the innate realm. But Lin Yuan's innate realm was somewhat superficially strong. After all, other innate martial Tao experts nurtured their innate qi under the premise of robust vitality and strength, eventually breaking through to the innate realm. Whereas Lin Yuan, with the physique of a 3-year-old child, naturally had neither the quality nor the quantity of innate qi compared to normal innate martial Tao experts. But with the realm achieved, everything else was just a matter of time. Now, however, with the nurturing of the body and spirit through the E-gene washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, Lin Yuan was even saving time. This martial technique far surpassed the E-gene Jing and could comprehensively improve and enhance all aspects of Lin Yuan's being. And so, Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra Pavilion for 5 years. Chapter 6 Is this human? Is this even a human? Great Zen Temple with ancient Buddha lamps. 5 years had passed without leaving a trace in this place. Sutra Pavilion. 5 years already. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep and distant. Unconsciously, he had already been in this world for 5 years. 1/4 of the 20-year sojourn term had elapsed. During these 5 years, besides immersing himself in the practice of understanding and cultivating the law, he had also gained some understanding of this world. As for the source of his understanding, it naturally came from the great Zen temple. As the sacred land of Buddha Gate and one of the great martial sects, the great Zen temple could not truly live in isolation from the world. On the contrary, the intelligence network of the temple had infiltrated all aspects of the world. Spreading intelligence under the guise of Buddhist beliefs, it was said to be omnipresent. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the contemporary Dali dynasty ruled over the Central Plains in its prime. All within the 4 seas and 8 deserts submitted to its rule. Even a 1,000-year-old great sect like the Great Zen Temple had to bow its head to the Dali dynasty. According to the information gathered by the Great Zen Temple, there were at least 6 martial arts grandmasters serving the Dali dynasty. Keep in mind, there are estimated to be only a dozen or so martial arts grandmasters in the entire world. The Great Zen Temple, with a single grandmaster in residence, could pressure the martial world. The deterrence of the Dali dynasty, commanding 6 martial arts grandmasters, could be imagined. The foundation of the Dali dynasty was due to its founding ancestor, who was a great grandmaster. Grandmaster. Great grandmaster. A difference of one word, like heaven and earth. Since ancient times, each era gave birth to certain grandmasters. At fewest, several to a dozen, at most, several dozens. But a great grandmaster, one might emerge only every few hundred years. The Dali dynasty swept across the world and forced great martial sects like the Great Zen Temple to capitulate, all because of that invincible founding great grandmaster. So much so that today, many years after the demise of that founder, they still had the means to command so many martial arts grandmasters. If Hotian, innate, and even grandmaster represented the physical and bodily transcendence, then a great grandmaster signified the sublimation of spirit and soul. A living great grandmaster could, with a single glance, cause ordinary grandmasters to tremble inwardly. Extraordinary mental force. Lin Yuan touched his forehead. The founder of the great Zen temple a millennium ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, was also a great grandmaster. Therefore, the temple was no stranger to descriptions of great grandmasters. Compared to grandmasters, the biggest characteristic of a great grandmaster was the beginning to harness the power of the spirit and soul. To break through to the great grandmaster, one must consolidate and master this extraordinary mental force. However, how intangible and elusive is the spirit and soul? Common grandmasters, probably for decades, wouldn't be able to feel such power. Even if a grandmaster did have an epiphany, any minor error during the consolidation of the extraordinary mental force could lead to irreversible calamities. After all, while physical injuries could be slowly nursed back to health, the spirit and soul, were unforgiving of any carelessness. Normally speaking, for every 100 grandmasters, 80 would never touch upon the level of spirit and soul in their lifetimes. 19 would reach the level of spirit and soul and fail in consolidating the extraordinary mental force, leading to death. Only one grandmaster would manage to ascend to the realm of great grandmaster. The 163rd secret technique for breaking into the realm of great grandmaster is almost safe now, Lin Yuan pondered within. Ever since 4 years ago, when he had successfully stepped into the realm of grandmaster using the I-Gene washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill to nurture his body, Lin Yuan had been pondering on top of his practice, creating methods to advance to the rank of great grandmaster. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, to perceive and even develop the spirit and soul was within his grasp. The difficulty was how to consolidate the extraordinary mental force without any risk. Being an essential strength related to the soul, even Lin Yuan had to be extremely cautious. The great Zen temple's patriarch Bodhidharma did indeed leave behind methods for breaking through to the great grandmaster, and they were kept on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. However, these methods had a high mortality rate, reaching 96%. A 96% mortality rate, even though it was already an improvement compared to the outside world's 99%, it was still far from acceptable for Lin Yuan. That's why Lin Yuan intended to employ his against heaven's understanding to create a risk-free technique for entering the realm of the great grandmaster. After devising 162 secret techniques, the 163rd breakthrough secret technique created a few days prior had satisfied Lin Yuan greatly. Not only had it reduced the risks of advancing to the great grandmaster to almost zero, even if some extreme condition were to arise, for instance, being disturbed by external forces during a breakthrough. Or perhaps Lin Yuan himself suddenly no longer wished to make the breakthrough. There would still be room for recovery, at most it would take a few years to recuperate. Unlike other secret techniques for breakthrough that leave no path for return, stepping into the realm of great grandmaster happens today. After considering repeatedly for a while, Lin Yuan decided to begin the breakthrough immediately. Meanwhile, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and Abbot Huiwen of the Martial Monk Institute, along with several other heads, were chatting leisurely. Judging by the time, it has been 3 to 4 years since Hui Zhen last stepped out of the Sutra Pavilion, hasn't it? The head of the Discipline Academy pondered for a while before speaking. That is Lin Yuan. Since becoming a disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow, a grandmaster, Lin Yuan's seniority in the Great Zen Temple was now equal to that of the heads and abbots, belonging to the Hui generation. Normally, when the abbot reckoned Lin Yuan, he would refer to him as junior brother. Indeed, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple nodded and said, "Ever since Lin Yuan moved into the Sutra Pavilion 5 years ago, except for the initial year when he occasionally came out to stroll around, in the subsequent 4 years, he never once stepped out from the great doors of the Sutra Pavilion. They say Hui Zhen was a prodigy of the martial Tao who nurtured innate qi at the age of 3, a once-in-a-millennium talent, but the brother's dedication to the martial arts is not something ordinary people can compare with." The head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute said. The rest nodded in agreement. 4 years without leaving the Sutra Pavilion, constantly accompanied by martial arts scriptures, such focus and patience, many high monks do not possess. I wonder how junior brother Hui Zhen's cultivation is progressing? A third head revealed a hint of curiosity on his face. Simply by observing a demonstration of the Arhat fist, he smoothly entered the innate realm. Now, after spending 5 years in the Sutra Pavilion, everyone was curious about what level Lin Yuan had achieved. With Hui Zhen junior brother's talent, he might well be at the innate realm peak by now, the head of the Discipline Academy conjectured. Innate realm peak? The abbot of the Great Zen Temple hesitated for a moment. Within this world, the martial Tao is divided into the postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and great grandmaster levels. Although Lin Yuan, as a 3-year-old child, had entered the innate realm, a 3-year-old's vitality is naturally insufficient. Foundationally entering the innate realm with such a constitution would surely require a lot of time to compensate. 5 years' time, Lin Yuan might just have finished compensating, reaching the level of an ordinary innate martial Tao expert. Perhaps. The abbot of the great Zen temple thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He didn't believe that Huizhen Jr. brother, after having replenished his foundational strength, would then cultivate to the level of the innate realm peak. Nevertheless, since Lin Yuan was a disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow and their contemporary, one could not be too negative in one's words. You two old men have so little faith in Huizhen Jr. brother? Perhaps Huizhen Jr. brother is already a grandmaster. The head of the Martial Monk Institute glanced towards the Sutra Pavilion. A smile emerged on his face as he spoke. He was the very first to recognize Lin Yuan's martial arts talent. Grandmaster. The head of the Discipline Academy and the head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Even if the head of the Martial Monk Institute spoke in jest, they did not echo the sentiment. After all, that would be a grandmaster. Those were the pillars of heaven you could count on one's hands under the vast sky. Enough, let's not speculate about Huizhen Jr. brother anymore. Feeling that the idle talk was getting out of hand, the abbot of the great Zen temple immediately interjected. However, just at that moment, boom, an invisible force surged to the heavens, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. Is this a spiritual disturbance? Is it a great grandmaster, the spiritual disturbance of a great grandmaster? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head's pupils contracted sharply. They then felt as if their scalps were exploding, their faces full of panic. When did a great grandmaster appear in the world? And that great grandmaster had come to their great Zen temple? No, this spiritual disturbance, it originates from the Sutra Pavilion. This is Huizhen Jr. brother's aura. The head of the Discipline Academy, as if realizing something, bulged his eyes wide. Huizhen Jr. brother's aura? Spiritual disturbance? Great grandmaster? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head of the Martial Monk Institute opened their mouths as if they had seen a ghost. Considering the source and aura of this spiritual disturbance, a possibility emerged within their minds. Could it be that Huizhen Jr. brother, who had spent 5 years in the Sutra Pavilion, had stepped into the realm of great grandmaster? Realizing this, a sense of absurdity overcame them. An innate expert at 3 was one thing, but now, a great grandmaster at 8? Is this even human? Is this even human? Chapter 7 The Living Sons of Buddha Innate and Grandmaster are not the same concept at all. What's more, a great grandmaster who has developed spiritual psychic power. The clearest manifestation is that those in the innate realm can take shortcuts. For example, consuming some kind of heaven and earth spiritual medicine, or receiving a full-force power transmission from a grandmaster, etc. With the foundation of the great Zen temple, if they are willing to pay the price, they could artificially create several innate realm martial Tao experts. But such an act is meaningless. For great sects like the great Zen temple, having a few more innate martial Tao experts does not make a fundamental impact. What truly determines the power of the great Zen temple is grandmaster. Is great grandmaster. The latter can even decide the major trends of the world. However, whether stepping into the grandmaster realm or the realm of great grandmaster, external objects are of little significance. Breaking through from innate to grandmaster requires perfect control of strength. Breaking through from grandmaster to great grandmaster involves developing spiritual psychic power, which is fraught with deadly risk. This is also why the abbot and others from the great Zen temple were so shocked when they realized the mysterious great grandmaster exhibiting spiritual psychic power could be Lin Yuan from inside the Sutra Pavilion. In today's world, it is rare for a great grandmaster to appear every few hundred years. The last known great grandmaster was the founding emperor of the Dali dynasty 180 years ago. Looking at the timing, it's not impossible for a new great grandmaster to emerge. But it should be from among those well-known figures at the grandmaster peak. As for Lin Yuan, he's but an 8-year-old child. How could he possibly be a great grandmaster who commands the world invincibly? This is entirely beyond the realm of common sense and cognition. In the back mountains of the great Zen temple, Elder Long Eyebrow, who was in seclusion, was also startled by the psychic fluctuations coming from the Sutra Pavilion room. Spiritual psychic power? Has my disciple Huizhen already stepped into the realm of a great grandmaster? Elder Long Eyebrow's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. Even though he had anticipated this day, his emotions were uncontrollably stirring at this moment. As a grandmaster of this generation in the Great Zen Temple, Elder Long Eyebrow had once taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and was aware of his terrifying talent in the martial Tao. In Elder Long Eyebrow's opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Yuan to become a grandmaster in the future, and he even had a great chance of touching the realm of great grandmaster. But that was something for decades later. Now, only 5 years have passed. Lin Yuan has become a great grandmaster? Compared to the abbot and the heads of the monastery, Elder Long Eyebrow felt an even greater shock. The abbot and the heads were only at the peak of the innate realm. They only knew about the difficulty of breaking through to the realm of great grandmaster, but didn't have a concrete concept. However, Elder Long Eyebrow is a grandmaster. Only one realm away from a great grandmaster. He feels the chasm between great grandmaster and grandmaster all the time. Even with the breakthrough secret technique left by Patriarch Bodhidharma, Elder Long Eyebrow still had no clue about breaking through to the realm of great grandmaster. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, reeling in the fluctuations of his spiritual psychic power. This spiritual power, is it similar to the evolution path of mental masters in the cosmos human civilization? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the cosmos human civilization, evolutionaries are not a secret. Many evolution paths derived from this are known to many citizens. The evolution path of mental masters requires stimulating the mind through special means. And thus, they wielded the power of the mind, unleashing a multitude of inconceivable abilities. It's only similar, not the same, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolvers on the path of mental mastery in the universe's human civilization wielded a spirit power leaning towards the illusionary realm, whereas the spiritual abilities of the great grandmasters were purely martial, creating a sense of oppressive force that surpassed that of the mental masters. Additionally, the physical bodies of the mental masters in the universe's human civilization were generally considered a weakness, rather frail. But great grandmasters had long surpassed the peak of human physical potential and could perfectly control every bit of strength in their bodies. Lin Yuan did not know the specifics of the strengths and weaknesses of the path of the mental master. But he surmised that, in terms of combat power, mental masters were probably weaker. Martial Tao, is it considered a brand new evolutionary path in the universe's human civilization? If I can develop martial Tao to a higher level in this realm, and then have it validated by the goddess of wisdom upon my return, I should be able to receive a substantial reward, Lin Yuan silently contemplated. After learning about the forced conscription, Lin Yuan had asked the goddess of wisdom and was clear about how highly she valued new evolutionary paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to have perceived something and glanced outside the Sutra Pavilion. When breaking through to the realm of the great grandmaster, the refining of spiritual abnormal strengths could not be kept from spreading. This naturally led the abbot and the heads of the monastery to notice, which was only to be expected. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot of the great Zen temple, and the heads of the monastery were all waiting. If there were other monks present, they would notice that the abbot and monastery heads, who usually carried themselves with the demeanor of high monks, now had an anxious look on their faces. It was as if students in a private school were about to meet a teacher they admired. Unease. Expectation. Come in. Just then, a gentle voice rose, reaching everyone's ears. Yes. Upon receiving permission, the abbot and the heads of the monastery let out a sigh of relief and, following Elder Long Eyebrow, entered the Sutra Pavilion. We pay our respects to the Buddha child. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and the others finally saw Lin Yuan. They promptly bowed. It was inevitable. If Lin Yuan reaching the innate realm at the age of 3 could still be explained as a once-in-millennium martial Taoist genius, then stepping into the great Grandmaster realm at the age of 8 was simply beyond normal comprehension. Only the reincarnated true Buddha, the living Buddha child, could reset people's understanding. All, including Elder Long Eyebrow, unhesitatingly addressed Lin Yuan as Buddha Child. Buddha Child. Lin Yuan gave a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Yuan knew his own affairs well. He was no Buddha Child. But as long as Lin Yuan kept silent, no one else would know the truth. Subsequently, Lin Yuan chatted with the abbot and the heads of the monastery for a few moments. Taking the opportunity, he shared insights he had sporadically gained on breaking through from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm over the past few years, giving guidance. This directly struck the abbot and the heads like a revelation. The Great Zen Temple, as a major lineage of the Great Grandmasters, naturally had records on how to break through to the Grandmaster level. These were the precious legacies left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and all the Grandmasters of past generations. However, even the manuscripts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma contained many things that were puzzling to the abbot and heads of the monastery. Being able to perform certain acts did not necessarily mean they understood all the underlying principles and nature thoroughly. They all knew that to break through to Grandmaster, one needed to exert perfect control over every part of one's power. But how to exert that perfect control, and what that meant, was not explained in detail, let alone how to achieve it. Yet, leveraging his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan flawlessly replicated the process of breaking through from the innate to the Grandmaster level, providing specific means and methods. This almost brought tears to the eyes of the abbot and the heads. Thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, they at least saw a glimmer of hope in breaking through to the Grandmaster level. If they could refine their skills for 30 or 20 years, perhaps they, too, could step into the Grandmaster domain. In just a few words, Lin Yuan had nearly cultivated several Grandmasters for the Great Zen Temple's future decades down the line. Such ability, if not the Buddha Child, who else could achieve it? It could be said that if there were still those who dared to question Lin Yuan's identity as the Buddha Child, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and several heads would be the first to refuse. Chapter 8 Descend the Mountain, Enter the World. As for you, Master, Lin Yuan looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow standing by the side. Elder Long Eyebrow had graced Lin Yuan with guidance and pointers, even if it was only for 2 months. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was able to move into the Sutra Pavilion smoothly with the consent of Elder Long Eyebrow. In the realm of Great Grandmaster, it's primarily about the spirit. External forces can hardly interfere. Years ago, I observed the martial arts I Jin Jing in the Sutra Pavilion and comprehended another form of martial arts, which should be helpful for stepping into the realm of Great Grandmaster. The martial arts that Lin Yuan referred to was naturally the I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. This technique, besides nurturing the physical body, could also temper the spirit. The breakthrough from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster was essentially about unlocking spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to sense and condense into a spiritual force. It could be said that as long as one could cultivate this martial art to the perfected state, the odds of a peak Grandmaster advancing to the realm of Great Grandmaster could reach as much as 20 to 30%. Buddha's child, there's no need to expend your energy on me. The path of the Great Grandmaster requires a moment of sudden enlightenment. Elder Long Eyebrow immediately spoke up. Before Lin Yuan, the common knowledge among the world's martial arts powerhouses was that the realm of Great Grandmaster couldn't be pursued forcefully. Even a Great Grandmaster, to cultivate another Great Grandmaster, was almost impossible. 1,000 years before, the founder of the Great Zen Temple, Patriarch Bodhidharma, who was also a Great Grandmaster, took in 108 monks from Buddha Gate as disciples to establish the Great Zen Temple. Yet, not a single one of those 108 monks could step into the realm of Great Grandmaster. It doesn't matter, just listen. Lin Yuan didn't say much and slowly recited the I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Seeing this, Elder Long Eyebrow listened attentively. At first, Elder Long Eyebrow's attitude was quite calm, thinking that what Lin Yuan said would be somewhat similar to the teachings and insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, after hearing 1/5 of it, his brows were deeply furrowed as tumultuous thoughts started to surge in his mind. Elder Long Eyebrow's heart raced. As a Grandmaster, he still had basic discernment, Just after hearing half of it, he realized the value of the martial arts Lin Yuan was passing on. This was actually a spiritual martial art. Spiritual aspects of martial arts were not unheard of. Several spiritual martial arts were kept on the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, all left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, all the spiritual martial arts in the world could only be cultivated by great grandmasters, and only the great grandmasters who had condensed spiritual forces were qualified to practice spiritual martial arts. Yet the Yi-Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill that Lin Yuan had comprehended could be cultivated even by martial artists in the innate realm. This was simply inconceivable. Elder Long Eyebrow was momentarily left parched and tongue-tied. He was acutely aware of the value of this martial art. It could be said that if this matter were to spread, the great Zen temple would become the focus of the entire world. Other great martial sects, and even the Dali dynasty, would shamelessly come to snatch away this martial art. After a moment, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked towards the dumbfounded Elder Long Eyebrow. The abbot and the head of the institute who were nearby also listened through once and did not immediately realize the value of this martial art. They only felt that the martial art Lin Yuan spoke of was profound and difficult to understand, necessitating slow contemplation. All right. You all may go back. Lin Yuan cast his gaze downward and waved his hand. Yes. Elder Long Eyebrow, as if waking from a dream, suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully said. After Elder Long Eyebrow and the others left, the Sutra Pavilion became quiet once more. Lin Yuan went to the third floor and picked up an ancient tome. On the surface of the tome, the words demon-subduing wisdom scripture were prominently written. The wisdom scripture was related to the spirit. This martial art was clearly a spiritual one, left by Patriarch Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago. Before making a breakthrough to Great Grandmaster, Lin Yuan didn't possess spiritual force. Although he had against heaven's understanding, he hadn't delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now that he had become a Great Grandmaster, he naturally began to contemplate these aspects. Half a month passed in a flash. During these 10+ days, Lin Yuan had been studying the demon-subduing wisdom scripture. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the spiritual martial art demon-subduing wisdom scripture, realizing the unique spiritual skill heaven-striking earth-shattering skill. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. Inside his Niwen palace at his forehead, strands of spiritual force continually entwined and interlaced, forming some inexplicable pattern, imprinting upon it. Heaven-striking earth-shattering skill, a unique spiritual skill. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he activated the pattern condensed by the spiritual force within the Niwen Palace, he would release a type of spiritual domain. Within the scope of that domain, even if others were great grandmasters, their spiritual will would be suppressed, suffering the agony of sinking into confusion and getting lost. Unreasonable, Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling a little emotional. Just with this unique spiritual skill, Lin Yuan was certain he could achieve invincibility within the Grandmaster realm. Time flowed endlessly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, strands of an inexplicable aura permeated and spread, yet all halted before the entrance. Above a great Grandmaster. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and faintly, a white bolt of lightning streaked across the void. Electricity born from the void. This was the external manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. The spiritual force of a great grandmaster could kill a person, but it could not shake the rules of matter. For example, lifting a stone with the force of the spirit. Throughout history, not a single great grandmaster had managed to do this. But now, this ironclad law had been broken by Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan's realm had already surpassed that of a great grandmaster, reaching a level unprecedented in this world. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had taken just 5 years to traverse the 3 great realms of post-innate, innate, and grandmaster and achieved the body of a great grandmaster. Now, another 5 years had passed, and it was not surprising that he broke free from the shackles of the great grandmaster to accomplish what no one before him had. Above a great grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level above that of a great grandmaster belonged to legend, to myth. Thus, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. I have 10 more years left to stay here. It's time to take a look outside. Lin Yuan calmed his aura and looked out beyond the great Zen temple. After stepping into the mythical realm, he had almost completely assimilated and absorbed the 1,000-year foundation of the great Zen temple. If Lin Yuan wanted to maintain his cultivation speed from the past 10 years, he would need to travel the world and witness the various other martial arts and secret techniques. After all, the great Zen temple was just one of the great martial sects of the world. Beyond the great Zen temple, there still existed several other great martial sects, and even the Dali dynasty stood sovereign and overlooking all. Witnessing martial arts entirely different from those of the great Zen temple and then elevating them to their utmost with his against heaven's understanding would allow Lin Yuan to more easily comprehend the paths and realms ahead. Outside the Bodhi yard, Abbot Huayuan of the great Zen temple was once again gathered with several heads of institutes. I can already feel the bottleneck of the Grand Master realm. In 10 years at most, 20 at the least, I will be able to charge at the Grand Master realm. Abbot Huayuan said with excitement. Normally, with his capabilities, the chances of him stepping into the Grand Master realm weren't great. However, under Lin Yuan's guidance several years ago, he had seen hope. The expressions of the other heads of institutes were similarly excited, benefiting greatly from Lin Yuan's guidance. Although they weren't as confident as the abbot that they could challenge the Grandmaster within 20 years, there was still hope in 30 or 40 years. In this world, it wasn't difficult for martial warriors at the peak of the innate realm to live past 100. Most of the institute heads were in their 60s or 70s, capable of making one last effort. Just then, a martial monk hurried in. Abbot, heads of the institutes, no, this is bad. The martial monk was stammering, clearly very urgent. Take your time, no need to rush, Abbot Huayan reassured from the side. The young Bodhisattva. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What happened to the young Bodhisattva? Abbot Huayuan stood up abruptly, staring at the martial monk. The other heads of institutes had similarly solemn expressions. At this moment, in their eyes, the young Bodhisattva was the hope of the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to the young Bodhisattva was a major affair for the great Zen temple. The young Bodhisattva. Seeing the expressions of the institute heads, the martial monk quickly said, "The young Bodhisattva has descended the mountain." What? The young Bodhisattva descended the mountain? Abbot Huayan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "Did the young Bodhisattva say why he was descending the mountain?" "Right, what did he say?" Institute head Huiwen of the Martial Monk Institute also urgently inquired. The young Bodhisattva said, "He is descending the mountain to Bu." The martial monk steadied himself, trying as best as he could to mimic Lin Yuan's tone. To take a look at this world. Chapter 9. The Supreme of the World, the Dali Dynasty. The Buddha's son has entered the secular world? Martial Monk Institute head Huiwen immediately reacted. The monks from Great Zen Temple descending the mountain to travel the world is not a strange occurrence. Abbot Huayuan and several disciplinary institute heads have experienced it more than once. 4 high-ranking monks, descending the mountain to enter the secular world, is a form of spiritual cultivation. Only, in the hearts of Abbot Huayuan and others, Lin Yuan had been sitting in the Sutra Pavilion for 10 years as if a single day had passed. Such a state of mind, at least some of the institute heads could not compare with. That's why they had overlooked that Lin Yuan had never descended the mountain before. Could the Buddha's son encounter any danger going down the mountain alone? The disciplinary institute head seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak out. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words. Abbot Huayuan and the other institute heads exchanged glances once more. What a joke! Danger? They certainly didn't know the realm Lin Yuan was in now. But as early as 5 years ago, Lin Yuan was already at the realm of Great Grandmaster. Even if Lin Yuan were to stand still for 5 years, he would still be a Great Grandmaster. With the power of a Great Grandmaster, even if trapped by hundreds of thousands of troops, it would take some time, but he could annihilate this vast army to the last man. At the worst, he could retreat with his whole body. A great grandmaster traveling the world, as long as he doesn't wish to die, cannot be killed. It's fine. The portrait of the Buddha's son has long been distributed to temples all over the world. Our monks from Great Zen Temple in various places will heed the Buddha's son's commands. Abbot Huayuan slowly said, Great Zen Temple, as a holy Buddhist site and one of the great martial sects, its potential influence and impact are unfathomable, and among the several other great martial sects, it is second to none. Outside the Great Zen Temple, the sky is high and the land is vast. A young monk dressed in a gray robe walks along a narrow mountain path. If someone were to observe carefully, they would discover that, with every step this young monk took, his figure would appear several meters away, extremely extraordinary. This young monk was naturally Lin Yuan. After coming out of the Great Zen Temple, Lin Yuan crossed 1,200 miles in 2 hours. Compared to the realm of Great Grandmaster, within the body of a mythical realm martial artist, inner chi has already evolved into a higher level of energy. For the time being, Lin Yuan referred to this type of power as Yuan Force. A strand of Yuan Force could break 10 strands of inner chi at the Great Grandmaster level. Of course, this was just a simple conversion. The specifics of combat were another matter. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, his true combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the great grandmasters from ancient times to the present were resurrected and stood before him, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single slap from him. Haha. Thrilling, truly thrilling. With every step Lin Yuan took, his blood surged and Yuan Force circulated. His terrifying heat spread in all directions, burning like a furnace. The bodily flesh of the mythical realm gave Lin Yuan the semblance of a humanoid monster. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped walking. A whiff of breeze brushed against his face. Lin Yuan paused there in thought. Sunrise and sunset, days went by. With your against heaven's understanding, you have read through myriad sutras, felt the blowing of the wind, listened to the profound principles of the wind, and grasped the true meaning martial arts divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and countless sparks of inspiration burst forth in his mind, forming a true meaning martial art. True meaning martial arts, a martial art that transcends those of great grandmasters, require mythical realm martial artists to expend a vast amount of energy and time to possibly create. This time, Lin Yuan left Great Zen Temple, his mind relaxed, free from constraints, feeling the wind of heaven and earth, and with the help of his against heaven's understanding, he created this martial art. Divine Wind 9 Steps. Lin Yuan pondered deeply. The martial arts he was studying belonged to the category of movement techniques. Utilizing the inner chi within the body to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, after 9 steps, one aims to merge with the wind as much as possible, thereby realizing a several-fold increase in one's own speed. Terrifying, Lin Yuan felt deeply moved in his heart. At his level, all aspects of his ability had already reached their peak. Even a small improvement was incredibly difficult, let alone an increase by several times. True meaning martial arts have begun to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Is the path ahead also related to heaven and earth? Lin Yuan remained standing in his original spot, his expression thoughtful. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high-ranking monk from the Great Zen Temple while traveling here. For hundreds of years, it has maintained a close relationship with the Great Zen Temple. Honored Buddhist disciple, what brings you to Bright Moon Palace? The head of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. In front of him sat a young monk, who was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's main purpose for leaving the Great Zen Temple this time was to observe the profound martial arts of the other great sections. First on the list were forces that stood alongside the Great Zen Temple as one of the great martial sects. Those revered as great martial sects were generally founded by great grandmasters, and throughout their histories, they had produced many grandmasters. And Bright Moon Palace was one of the great martial sects. The founder of Bright Moon Palace was an uncommon female great grandmaster. I wish to observe the various martial arts of Bright Moon Palace. Lin Yuan said calmly, sitting cross-legged. On his way to Bright Moon Palace, he passed by Pudu Temple and stopped to rest for a moment. Even someone of the mythical realm is still human, and cannot be tireless like a robot. Since Pudu Temple had a deep connection with the Great Zen Temple, upon recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, the head immediately offered hospitality. Bright Moon Palace. The head of Pudu Temple seemed hesitant. To be frank with you, Buddhist disciple, a grandmaster of Bright Moon Palace entered nirvana 6 months ago, and with no successor, there was an internal rebellion. Many martial arts scriptures are likely missing. The head of Pudu Temple spoke in a low voice. Although Bright Moon Palace desperately tried to suppress the news, Pudu Temple had learned of it through special channels. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly at this remark. If you wish to view the martial arts scriptures of Bright Moon Palace, you could visit the Dali capital city. In the past, the founding emperor of Dali conquered the world and swept across all directions, even visiting Bright Moon Palace and copying all their martial arts scriptures to bring back. The head of Pudu Temple paused, then subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Bright Moon Palace, but all the great martial sects, including the Great Zen Temple, had been visited by the emperor, and their martial arts were copied and taken away. As a great grandmaster and an invincible figure of his era, none of the great martial sects dared to refuse. They had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the loss. Oh! Lin Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. This was something he had not read about in the books of the Great Zen Temple. But on second thought, it made sense. Having someone show up at your door and take away all your martial arts scriptures was hardly an honorable event. Even if that person was the founding emperor of Dali, a great grandmaster. The Great Zen Temple would not suppress this story intentionally, but it certainly wouldn't go out of its way to publicize or record it. So, in the Dali capital city, there are the martial arts scriptures of all the current great martial sects? Lin Yuan asked. In the past, the founding emperor of Dali wanted to progress further, so he gathered martial arts from all over the world. Any notable martial sect was required to hand over their core martial arts techniques, no exceptions. The head of Pudu Temple stated truthfully. That is quite good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to view the martial arts from various sects, he would definitely need to visit each one by one, as the great martial sects were spread all over. It would certainly take a lot of time for Lin Yuan to find each one. Now, it seemed much simpler. He would just need to make one trip to the Dali capital city. Chapter 10. Why bother going to such trouble? The capital of the Dali. Linglong Pavilion. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was crowded every day. Visitors from other places, local guests. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to taste the cuisine of Linglong Pavilion? In the center of the restaurant, on a constructed stage, a storyteller was vividly narrating a story. It is said that 10 years ago, within the Great Zen Temple, a sacred Buddhist site, a Buddha child was born. This Buddha child was innately aware and bore the marks of all Buddhas. It is rumored that at that time, the figure of the Buddha appeared above the Great Zen Temple, and golden light covered tens of miles around. Under the illumination of the golden light, many people found their hidden ailments fading away. Now, 10 years have passed, and that Buddha child. Just as the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly stopped and, bowing with his hands clasped, said, "Esteemed patrons, today's tale ends here. If you wish to know what has become of this young Buddha child, please come again tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, a murmur of disappointment spread through the many guests present. They were engrossed in the story, eager to know what had become of this Buddha child, only to have the storyteller cut off at this juncture. Who could bear this? "This is for you, keep talking." A rugged burly man took out a silver ingot and tossed it onto the stage. The other spectators also threw down some coins and other items of value. "Hee, thanks to all the esteemed patrons for your generosity, I will continue." Seeing this, the storyteller chuckled and immediately sat back down. One must know where to pause in storytelling to arouse the audience's curiosity if one wishes to tell a good tale and earn more money. The storyteller obviously knew this well. After collecting the silver and money on the stage, he continued with his story. Considering the age, that Buddha child should be over 10 years old now, naturally in the Great Zen Temple, reciting Buddhist scriptures and delving into Dharma. The storyteller unfolded his paper fan and continued, bobbing his head rhythmically. Sigh. The many guests couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. They wanted to hear about any remarkable feats from the Buddha child, but this was it? However, after thinking it over, they found it reasonable. What could a child of merely 10 years old, no matter how advanced in Buddha nature, possibly do? As for the extraordinary phenomena the storyteller had mentioned earlier, they were likely fabricated to attract attention. What everyone in the restaurant did not notice was, in a corner, a young monk dressed in a gray robe had a look of bewilderment on his face. Have I been written into a storybook? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He did not find it particularly strange. The great Zen temple, being the sacred Buddhist site and one of the great martial sects in the world. Every move they made naturally attracted attention from the outside world, especially someone like himself, taken as a disciple by Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow. There were definitely many eyes watching. Moreover, the abbots of the monastery had no intention of blocking the news. Over time, various rumors would naturally arise, after distortions and exaggerations. Having tasted the cuisine of this world in Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan stood up, placed down the silver, and left. On the streets paved with blue stone, there was an endless stream of pedestrians, with the cries of hawkers everywhere. Lin Yuan, walking among them, did not attract much attention. However, as Lin Yuan continued towards the deeper parts of the capital, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, but more patrolling soldiers. Until he arrived in front of a tall city gate, guarded by dozens of soldiers with sharp looks and strong auras. Beyond the city gate was the Dali Imperial Palace, the absolute heart of a dynasty. Even standing outside the palace, one could faintly see the magnificent palaces within. Just then, a carriage slowly exited from within the imperial palace. Seeing this, the guarding soldiers immediately stepped back, clearing a path for it. In the carriage, a middle-aged monk dressed in a red kasaya was massaging his brow. The current Empress Dowager of Dali was devout in Buddhism and often invited high monks into the palace. This middle-aged monk in red kasaya was a well-known monk in recent years, held in high esteem and favor by the Empress Dowager. Every 10 days or so, he would be summoned to the palace. The Empress Dowager's questions have been getting more and more tricky lately. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows, somewhat troubled. I should be leaving the palace now. The middle-aged monk extended his hand and lifted the curtain of the carriage. He glanced around carelessly. But this casual glance made the middle-aged monk's pupils shrink. Is that? The middle-aged monk fixed his gaze on the young monk standing not far away, his expression full of surprise and uncertainty. Buddha child. The middle-aged monk came from the great Zen temple, and although he had spent the last dozen years or so in the Dali capital, he regularly stayed in touch with the great Zen temple. Several years ago, the temple had sent him a portrait of a Buddha child, instructing the middle-aged monk to remember it well and to act accordingly if he ever encountered the child. And that portrait bore a near-identical resemblance to the young monk not far away. With this realization, the middle-aged monk quickly got off the carriage and approached Lin Yuan. Buddha child, he asked tentatively. You know me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 20 years ago, I was also a monk at the great Zen temple. The middle-aged monk explained with a single sentence, indicating his identity. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The great Zen temple, being a Buddha gate sacred place, its influence extended beyond Mount Xianxia. The Pudu temple that Lin Yuan had passed by earlier, as well as the middle-aged monk in front of him, were a testament to this. May I ask what brings the Buddha child to the capital? Do you have any business here? The middle-aged monk asked curiously. Before meeting Lin Yuan, he had not received any news from the great Zen temple. Clearly, Lin Yuan's visit here was unbeknownst to even the abbots of the monastery. Otherwise, they would have definitely informed him. I wish to enter the martial hall in the imperial palace for a visit. Lin Yuan spoke. The martial hall of the Dali imperial palace, that is the place where countless martial arts manuals of the world are stored. In years past, the founder of the Dali dynasty, when he established his rule, gathered copies of various sects' martial arts and placed them all within the martial hall. It could be said that the collection of martial arts within the martial hall of the Dali Imperial Palace is tenfold, 100-fold that of the great Zen temple's sutra pavilion. To enter the martial hall, that would be somewhat troublesome. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Generally speaking, only the royal offspring have the qualifications to enter the martial hall. This was a rule set by the founder of the Dali dynasty. In addition, prominent officials who have made significant contributions to Dali also have the qualifications to enter the martial hall. But clearly, Lin Yuan met neither condition. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to have the opportunity to access the martial hall. The Dali dynasty was founded on martial prowess and held the various secret martial arts manuscripts in extremely high regard. It would definitely not allow just any outsider to enter such a sacred martial Tao site as the martial hall. It's not without a solution. The middle-aged monk slowly said, "The imperial palace has tight security. Sneaking in is definitely impossible." A look of wariness crossed the face of the middle-aged monk. As a guest of honor of the Empress Dowager, he had some understanding of the Dali imperial palace. The 8,000 members of the imperial guard inside the palace were all acquired peak martial artists trained by the royal secret technique. The 200 captains were innate realm martial Taoists, and the 18 chief captains were innate peak martial Taoists. One could say that just with this force alone, it would be possible to easily sweep through hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Even if a grandmaster personally arrived, he would be trapped. Furthermore, the middle-aged monk occasionally learned from the Empress Dowager that at key points within the palace, there were martial Taoists of grandmaster level in residence. Over the years, the middle-aged monk had gone in and out of the imperial palace, and he had roughly estimated that the number of grandmasters inside the palace was no less than 4. For grandmasters, 18 at the peak of the innate realm, 200 in the innate realm, 8,000 at the peak of the acquired realm. This was the strongest hand of the Dali dynasty. Even now, as the world fell into decay, the Dali dynasty could reclaim it all over again. Not to mention this was just part of the Dali dynasty's strength. Outside the palace, a massive army suppressed the border, and the grandmasters, always ready to follow the Dali dynasty's orders. Buddha's disciple, listen to me. You will accompany me to the palace to meet the Empress Dowager. With my introduction, the Empress Dowager will certainly take a higher view of you, Buddhist disciple. Over the next 3 months, Buddha's disciple should frequently visit the Empress Dowager to become familiar to her eyes. After half a year, when the Emperor celebrates his 60th birthday, with the Empress Dowager stepping forward to take you along to offer congratulations, at that time, I will present a treasured item from the Buddha Gate. Under the great joy of the Emperor of Dali, the chances of Buddhist disciple making a request to visit the martial hall would be very high. The middle-aged monk pondered deeply and offered the only feasible method he could think of. Theoretically, it was impossible for an outsider to enter the martial hall. But if the current Emperor of Dali permits it, naturally there would be no issue of being able or unable to enter. As long as Lin Yuan could win over the Emperor's favor, entering the martial hall would not be an impossible task. After all, Lin Yuan merely wanted to take a look inside the martial hall, which would cause no loss to the numerous martial arts manuscripts there. I wonder what the Buddha's disciple thinks of this. The middle-aged monk finished speaking in one breath and looked at Lin Yuan, who remained silent, then asked with some unease. It's not bad, Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had indeed put a lot of thought into it. According to his method, there was a high likelihood of smoothly entering the martial hall. It's just, Lin Yuan shook his head again. It's just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's just too troublesome, Lin Yuan said with a calm gaze, looking towards the palace not far away. Troublesome? The middle-aged monk did not respond for a long time. His plan was already as simple as it could be. Directly taking Lin Yuan to see the Empress Dowager, then using her influence on the emperor. This was the fastest method the middle-aged monk could think of to enter the martial hall. Could they possibly just go straight to seeing the emperor? Without someone of sufficient weight to make an introduction, even the middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to see the emperor, let alone Lin Yuan? Just say it directly. Lin Yuan finished speaking, then took a step forward, took a deep breath, and called out loudly in the direction of the palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the imperial palace. When his voice produced the first word humble, it still sounded normal, but the tone began to rise with the second word. By the fifth word, a terrifying sonic wave spread frantically in all directions. Finally, when the last word visit was uttered, it sounded like the sky was splitting and thunder was exploding. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped in the ferocious sonic wave. The 8,000 acquired peak martial artists of the Imperial Guard felt their ears ringing and their minds dispersing. The 18 innate peak chief captains further bled from their 7 orifices, unable to rise from their knees. Deep within the palace, 5 Grandmaster-level presences flickered as they tried to resist the Buddha's voice invading their ears, but after only a few breaths, their presences rapidly waned, powerless to resist. In an instant, the originally tight security of the Great Dali Imperial Palace turned into a disorganized mess, on the verge of collapse. The middle-aged monk's mouth hung open in shock. Chapter 11. One man dominates a country Dali Imperial Palace. Taiji Hall. An authoritative man adorned in a dragon robe sat in front of a sandalwood desk. Opposite him sat an emaciated elder. Uncle Ancestor, there should be no match for you in the world now, right? The dignified man was none other than the current emperor of Dali, and the thin elder sitting across from him was an old patriarch of the Dali royal family. He was also the strongest, a martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. If it weren't for this say-calming divine needle, the Dali dynasty might still have reached its current state of ruling the seas and having all regions submit, but certainly not with such ease. Without reaching the level of a great Grandmaster, there can be no talk of having no competitors. The emaciated elder shook his head, but his tone lacked any modesty. Even among the Grandmasters, there were differences in strength. And without a doubt, the thin elder stood among the most supreme at the Grandmaster level. In terms of heritage, the other great martial sects also carried the teachings of great Grandmasters. But the great Grandmaster progenitor of the Dali dynasty undoubtedly had the greatest influence. After all, this progenitor lived over 100 years ago and his name and influence remain undiminished to this day. The many martial arts manuals he left behind might not be said to be stronger than the other great Grandmaster heritages, but at least they are more complete and perfected, not to mention that in former years, the Patriarch personally visited the other great martial sects and copied all their martial arts to bring back. Amassing all the martial arts in the world, the Dali dynasty's foundation can only far surpass that of the great martial sects. Great Grandmaster? Uncle Ancestor, you're only a hair's breadth away from great Grandmaster level, right? The Emperor of Dali asked with an inexplicable tone. A hair's breadth away is still a world of difference. The emaciated elder sighed. The closer he got to the realm of great Grandmaster, the more he felt despair and helplessness. This was still under the premise of the many breakthrough insights left by the Dali progenitor. Without those, the thin elder would not even dare to dream of reaching the Grandmaster realm. Even so, the emaciated elder had little confidence in himself to take that one step further. However, Your Majesty can rest assured, in this world today, if I can't break through to the level of a great Grandmaster, neither can the other Grandmasters. The thin elder's voice was low, filled with immense self-confidence. Just as the Emperor of Dali was about to say something, a terrifying wave of sound descended, pervading every inch of air around them. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. As if demon sounds filled his ears, the Emperor of Dali felt his eardrums vibrating and his vision starting to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Dali, the elder, who had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, suffered much more. The stronger one's power, the more sensitive they are to sound waves, and the heavier the suppression and impact will be. What kind of sound skill is this? The emaciated elder couldn't believe it. Just with the power of sound, and from a distance unknown, he, a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm, had lost the ability to resist. Who on earth could it be? Could it be a great Grandmaster? Even someone as strong as the great grandmaster progenitor of the Dali dynasty couldn't achieve this extent, could they? Outside the imperial palace, Lin Yuan's gaze was tranquil. He had just used one of the great Zen temple's 72 unique skills, the sound wave martial arts Lion's Roar, to announce his wish to visit the martial hall. Lion's Roar, a superior martial art, is also a rare sound wave martial art, which can intimidate through sound, causing terror and utter dread. However, such martial skills are difficult to affect those at the innate realm of martial artists. After all, compared to physical combat and weapons, the effect of sound wave was indeed limited. But Lin Yuan's current strength was too overbearing, empowered by vital energy of a body that surpassed the great grandmaster and reached into the mythical realm. His roar could not talk of shattering mountains and rivers, but at least a grandmaster would struggle to withstand it. Of course, Lin Yuan did not strike with lethal intent. Within the terrifying coverage of the Lion's Roar sound wave, those below the acquired realm peak merely felt their eardrums vibrating without sustaining other injuries. As for the ones at acquired realm peak, innate realm peak, and even martial Taoists at the Grandmaster realm, the impact was indeed more severe, but they would recover after a month or two of rest. It wouldn't cause any irreversible damage. In years past, the founder of the Dali dynasty forced the great Zen temple's monks to hand over their ultimate teachings with absolute martial force when he visited. Now, with Lin Yuan's roar outside the imperial palace, turning the strict palace defenses upside down, it could be considered tit for tat. Buddhist disciple, this. The middle-aged monk beside him was blank in the mind at this moment. He had just been wondering why the Buddhist disciple would say there was trouble, as well as what "just say it directly" could mean. And then he witnessed this incredible scene before his eyes. "Look, I bet we can get in soon," Lin Yuan said casually, glancing back at the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in shock. Although he didn't know what had happened inside the palace, following Lin Yuan's roar, various chaotic auras emanated from within the palace. Even the auras of grandmasters were plummeting. The middle-aged monk had the sense that the palace defenses had likely dropped to an all-time low. Probably a group of innate martial artists could easily bloodwash it. Under such circumstances, he had no doubt about Lin Yuan's comment, "I bet we can get in soon." With the battle prowess Lin Yuan had roared out, not to mention entering the mere martial hall, even if it were the harem of the current emperor of Dali, it would probably just take a word. A moment later, under the gaze of the middle-aged monk, an imposing man clad in dragon robes and a gaunt old man quickly walked out. Besides them, several figures followed, and though these figures had weakened auras, their demeanor as they walked proclaimed a might far beyond that of the innate realm. The emperor of Dali stepped out of the palace and soon spotted Lin Yuan, who stood there in a gray monk's robe. "May I have the honor of addressing the master?" the emperor of Dali said with a heavy heart, immediately bending over to greet him. After suffering from the terrifying sound wave in the Taiji Hall, the emperor of Dali wasn't greatly affected and quickly recovered. The first thought of the emperor of Dali was to flee. But the gaunt old man beside him stopped him. The gaunt old man was at the Grandmaster Peak realm. He understood very well that someone who could cause such chaos with a sound wave possessed a strength that, if not earth-shatteringly unique, at least surpassed that of the founder of the Dali dynasty from over 100 years ago. How could they flee from such a formidable individual, and where could they possibly go? On the contrary, judging by the injury the emperor of Dali sustained, the gaunt old man deduced that Lin Yuan probably held no killing intent toward the Dali royal family. Otherwise, just that terrifying sound wave alone would have been enough to seriously harm a grandmaster of his stature. How could the emperor of Dali, who was not even at the level of the innate realm, suffer only so little? That's why, following the suggestion of the gaunt old man, the emperor of Dali gathered the courage to follow the source of the sound wave and walked out of the palace. "I am Hui Zhen, wishing to enter the palace's martial hall for a visit," Lin Yuan stated outright upon seeing the disheveled emperor of Dali. "This matter is simple." "Please enter, master. Please enter, master," the emperor of Dali said, relieving some tension. At the same time, he felt aggrieved. If you wanted to enter the martial hall, why didn't you say so earlier? Why make such a big commotion? Chapter 12. The frog in the well looks up at the moon. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, the deed of Lin Yuan silencing the imperial palace with a roar had spread like a hurricane to all corners of the world. After all, the incident was not minor, and even if the imperial guards and palace maids inside the palace dared not spread rumors, those martial powerhouses outside the palace walls could not possibly pretend it never happened. They were neither blind nor deaf. Even a middle-aged monk could sense the changes in the aura inside the palace. Other martial powerhouses naturally could as well. Moreover, the scene of the Emperor of Dali stepping out of the palace and bowing towards Lin Yuan had been witnessed by many. Connecting the dots before and after, it was easy for people to speculate about the approximate truth. The palace of the Dali dynasty had been breached by a mysterious monk from the Buddha Gate. Even the reigning emperor had to step out and bow his head in acknowledgement of error. The Dali dynasty certainly wanted to suppress the incident, but they simply couldn't contain it. And this explanation was the truth. It even flattered the Dali dynasty. After all, the use of the word breached at least suggests that Lin Yuan had made a few moves. The Dali dynasty still had the power to resist, but just ended up failing in the end. But the truth was, it was just one vocal technique that had caused many strong individuals within the imperial palace to fall to the ground, unable to rise. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Commoners and martial experts from all over. They all discussed this matter. The Dali dynasty had ruled the world for nearly 200 years, and all the martial powerhouses had been stifled because of that founding ancestor. Seeing the Dali dynasty being humiliated and completely brought to its knees was naturally welcomed by everyone. After discussing the Dali dynasty, everyone's attention quickly focused on that mysterious Buddhist monk. Was the Dali dynasty weak? Certainly not. Not only was it not weak, it was terrifyingly strong. Even though the founder, the great grandmaster, had passed away, the strength of the Dali dynasty could still suppress the world. Yet even so, the imperial palace, the place that gathered the most elite forces and the greatest number of powerful people of the Dali dynasty, had been breached by a mysterious monk. What this implied, once thought over carefully, made everyone's skin crawl. Without a doubt, the strength of that mysterious monk must have already entered the realm of Great Grandmaster. In the martial hall of the Dali Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Since entering this place half a year ago, Lin Yuan had not left. The Emperor of Dali certainly showed foresight, directly declaring the martial hall a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to disturb Lin Yuan. In addition, every meal was meticulously prepared. They were not only able to replenish Yuan energy but were also expertly cooked by the imperial chefs. There was no fault to be found in their flavor. Not enough, these martial arts are still far from enough, Lin Yuan silently sighed in his heart. In just half a year, Lin Yuan had thoroughly comprehended all the martial arts contained within the imperial palace's martial hall. It wasn't that the martial arts in the martial hall were inferior to those in the Great Zen Temple's Sutra Pavilion. To be fair, the martial arts collected in the martial hall far exceeded those of the Sutra Pavilion. It was just a matter of time. Lin Yuan was now at an unprecedented height, the mythical realm. Whereas at the Great Zen Temple, Lin Yuan was an innate grandmaster, a grandmaster. From such a lofty perspective, comprehending the Tao was naturally far more efficient than before. However, even after having completely grasped all the martial arts within the martial hall and utilizing his against heaven's understanding to its fullest, Lin Yuan still had not broken through to the mythical realm. The martial arts that can be recorded and passed down in the world are, after all, only a minority. Many more martial arts are scattered across every martial practitioner in the world, Lin Yuan silently thought. These martial arts might not be high-level and far from being top-notch martial arts, but they were unique in their perspective. They might even be entirely different from the current martial Tao cultivation system. If Lin Yuan could comprehend martial Tao from other perspectives, it would likely help him break through to the mythical realm. Come in. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head and looked towards the door of the martial hall. Yes, the gaunt elder immediately walked over with great respect. As the highest-ranking and strongest ancestor of the Dali royal family, it was beneath him to stand outside the martial hall, waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. But ever since Lin Yuan had causally given him a pointer not long after entering the martial hall, leading to a moment of enlightenment, the gaunt elder had stayed outside the martial hall, unwilling to leave. That one pointer made the gaunt elder realize that even if he practiced bitterly for 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, it would not compare to a single casual remark from Lin Yuan. I plan to hold a great martial sects gathering, right here in the capital. Any martial practitioner in the acquired realm or innate realm can participate, and the top 10 winners will be allowed to choose any 3 high-grade martial techniques, Lin Yuan declared. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan did not need to learn martial arts. Merely by watching others perform, he could gain insight. More than a decade ago, when Lin Yuan watched the martial monks of the great Zen temple demonstrate the Arhat fist, he derived the superior martial art Great Arhat Buddha fist from it, which was an example. Asking martial practitioners to write down their unique skills for others was unrealistic. Many unaffiliated martial practitioners, with no sect to tie them down, if pressured too much, could just retreat deep into the mountains and forests, beyond even Lin Yuan's reach. However, by attracting them with a martial gathering, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding would allow him to quietly grasp all their secrets. As for whether it could attract those unaffiliated martial practitioners, what the people of the world chased after was nothing more than 2 things: fame or profit. For martial practitioners, there was an additional pursuit. That was their own martial realm. With high-grade martial arts as bait, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that those unaffiliated martial practitioners wouldn't take the bait. High-grade martial arts were not cabbages. One technique alone could serve as the foundation for a legacy. Even for a sacred Buddhist place like the Great Zen Temple and Great Martial Sects, there were only 72 high-grade martial arts. Chapter 13. The Frog in the Well looks up at the moon _2. In addition, at such a martial Tao tournament led by the Dali dynasty, one could become famous overnight just by showing a hint of potential. And then there's the grandmasters. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. It made no sense for grandmasters to participate in the martial Tao tournament. After all, there were far too few grandmasters. You could count all the openly acknowledged ones in the world on 2 hands. Even if you included those who retreated from the world and hid in secrecy, their number wouldn't exceed 20. If a grandmaster were to come, they could challenge me. Regardless of win or loss, they would receive a secret technique in spiritual martial arts, Lin Yuan said slowly. In simple terms, grandmasters would obtain a secret technique in spiritual martial arts just by showing up. What is the concept of spiritual martial arts? That is a secret technique that only great grandmasters can cultivate. Although grandmasters can't cultivate spiritual martial arts, constant contemplation over the years is an enormous help to step into the realm of great grandmaster. Yes, the lean old man swallowed hard. Although the founding emperor of Dali left behind several spiritual martial arts techniques, who would complain about having too many spiritual martial arts? Understanding different spiritual martial arts at the same time and verifying the realm of great grandmaster from various aspects makes it easier to take that next step. As the news of the martial Tao tournament spread, the entire world was in an uproar, and countless warriors were dumbstruck. Just by placing in the top 10 of the martial Tao tournament, one could choose any 3 superior martial arts techniques. If it weren't for the personal promise from the Emperor of Dali, perhaps no one would believe it. Those were superior martial arts techniques. Just by making it to the top 10, one could obtain them? And one could choose at that. At first, there were warriors who doubted the claim, but after the first martial Tao tournament was held and the top 10 warriors received the 3 superior martial arts techniques they wished for, the warriors of the entire world went mad with excitement. They traveled to the capital of Dali Kingdom without stopping, eagerly awaiting the start of the next martial Tao tournament. Compared to the excitement of the warriors in the acquired realm and innate realm, various grandmasters stationed around the land began to change their minds. They all saw the announcement about the martial Tao tournament made by the Emperor of Dali. Grandmasters were also eligible to participate and could even challenge that mysterious monk who single-handedly breached the imperial palace. No matter the outcome, they would receive a secret technique in spiritual martial arts. In a moment, Many grandmasters couldn't stay put and made their way towards the capital of the Dali Kingdom. Half a year later, Dali Imperial Palace. Outside the martial hall, a burly man carrying a heavy sword appeared quietly. By the side of the burly man was a youth of only 15 or 16. "Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, I didn't expect you to come as well," the lean old man guarding the front of the martial hall said with a grave expression. Before encountering Lin Yuan, the lean old man considered himself unrivaled below the level of a great grandmaster. Across the world, there were very few grandmasters he was wary of, and the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was one of them. In terms of strength, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was no stronger than the lean old man. At most, they were evenly matched. However, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea did not come from one of the great martial sects. He reached his current level step by step on his own. The lean old man was born into the Dali royal family and had been guided by one grandmaster after another since childhood. He had frequently pondered the insights left behind by the founding emperor. That's how he had come this far. Whereas the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, relying solely on himself, had managed to keep pace with the lean old man. His perception and talent should not be underestimated. You've already started to condense spiritual energy? After a careful look at the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, the lean old man suddenly showed shock. He could feel a faint spiritual pressure coming off the other man. This was an indication of beginning to cultivate spiritual energy. Successfully condensing even a strand of spiritual energy, one could break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea did not speak. From the moment he appeared, his gaze had never fallen on the lean old man. Instead, it was firmly fixed on the interior of the martial hall. "Great Grandmaster." A faint smile surfaced at the corner of the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea's mouth. Unlike other grandmasters who came to this place, he, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, was not here for spiritual martial arts. Although spiritual martial arts could indeed help in gathering mental extraordinary powers, he, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, no longer needed it. His true purpose was to challenge that mysterious monk, the great grandmaster who had pierced the Dali Imperial Palace with his power alone. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea had great aspirations. He aimed to use a great grandmaster as a stepping stone to forge his own path into the realm of great grandmaster. "Master, do you really wish to go in?" The 15 or 16-year-old youth by the Southern Sea Sword Saint's side was somewhat nervous. After all, the fact that the mysterious monk was in the Grandmaster realm was a widely recognized truth among the many warriors outside. Besides a great Grandmaster, who else could pierce the Dali Imperial Palace with their power alone? And although his own master, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, had extremely strong abilities, and had even begun to refine his mental extraordinary powers, embarking on the path of a great Grandmaster, he was ultimately not a great Grandmaster. Facing a true great Grandmaster, life and death were unpredictable. "Disciple, rest assured. With my current strength, just by facing the mental pressure of a great Grandmaster, I could break through to the realm of great Grandmaster at any moment." The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea had nothing to worry about. Now, he already had one foot in the realm of great Grandmaster. He just needed a real great Grandmaster to give him a push, and fully stepping into the great Grandmaster would be a matter of an instant. By that time, in the same Grandmaster realm, even if the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea couldn't defeat the mysterious monk, he believed he could retreat unscathed. "I am going in. My good disciple, wait outside for a moment." The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea's tone was full of longing, his expression expectant. The door of the martial hall opened quickly. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, with a face full of battle intent, stepped in. The 15 or 16-year-old youth, in a fleeting glance, saw a young monk in a gray monk's robe sitting deep inside the martial hall. "Master will definitely not lose." The 15 or 16-year-old youth clenched his fist, cheering himself up in his heart. Only a short time, less than half a stick of incense, had passed. The doors of the martial hall opened once again. The tall and burly man carrying a heavy sword walked out with a wooden expression. Master, it's over so soon?" The youth hurried over, asking with concern. "Let's go." The sword saint of the southern sea shook his head slightly, leading the youth away from the imperial palace. They continued until they were outside the capital city. Only then did the sword saint of the southern sea stop, turn around to look in the direction of the palace, and sat down on a rock with a thud. He was even muttering things like, how could someone be so strong and how could there be such a person in this world? The 15 or 16-year-old youth realized immediately that his master must have lost, and it was a very thorough defeat at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. "Master, I didn't find him that strong, did I? In the future, once you become a great grandmaster, won't you just be able to challenge him again and win back your honor?" The youth said from the side. It was indeed true. Just now, when the sword saint of the southern sea had entered into the martial hall, the youth had a fleeting glimpse and had seen the mysterious monk for a moment. The monk's aura was indeed unfathomable, but at most, he was only somewhat stronger than his own master. It might not be impossible to catch up in the future. Not that strong. The sword saint of the southern sea was silent for a while, at a loss for words. After a long time, the sword saint of the southern sea steadied himself and slowly said, "Now you are only in the innate realm, with a narrow perspective, like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. The day when you luckily step into the Grandmaster realm, or become a half-step great Grandmaster like your master." The sword saint of the southern sea spoke up to this point and continued with an extremely complex emotion, "You will see him as a mayfly looking up at the vast sky." Chapter 14. Engaging with the world while retaining detachment outside the martial hall. The gaunt old man Yuan Pan watched as the figure of the sword saint of the southern sea disappeared. To use Master Hui Zhen as a stepping stone to challenge the realm of Great Grandmaster, this is truly... The gaunt old man Yuan Pan was at a loss for words for a moment. A look of sympathy couldn't help but appear on his face. In fact, using the pressure of life and death to break through shackles and bottlenecks isn't a rare occurrence. With the talent and understanding of the sword saint of the southern sea, under the oppression of a great grandmaster, there's indeed a great possibility of success. After all, compared to Yuan Pan, the sword saint of the southern sea reached this step today all on his own. His potential goes without saying. The biggest mistake of the sword saint of the southern sea was setting his sights on Master Hui Zhen. Because in the eyes of Yuan Pan, Lin Yuan's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary great grandmaster, and could even be considered the strongest among all the great grandmasters throughout the ages. Through close to a year of contact, Yuan Pan was almost certain of this. Furthermore, Yuan Pan had an even more terrifying conjecture. Has the master's strength truly broken through that step? Yuan Pan felt his entire body trembling. Since ancient times, spanning thousands of years, the great grandmaster has always been regarded as the strongest without dispute. It is the ultimate realm that all martial artists strive for. As for the realm above great grandmaster, transcending the great grandmaster, Yuan Pan neither dared to think about it nor wished to. It was as pointless as wondering why the sun hangs in the sky. But now, after experiencing the might of Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps there is a higher realm above the great grandmaster? Just like Lin Yuan? No wonder Yuan Pan thought this way. The combat power manifested by Lin Yuan was indeed extraordinary. The ancestor of the Dali dynasty who was a great grandmaster didn't die many years ago, and Yuan Pan remembered quite clearly the descriptions of a great grandmaster. Even the strongest wouldn't be this strong. Moreover, when occasionally guided by Lin Yuan over the past year, Yuan Pan distinctly felt the existence of the great grandmaster bottleneck. If the guidance of a great grandmaster was so useful, there wouldn't be a notion that a great grandmaster cannot cultivate another great grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since half a year ago, when the Martial Tao Conference began to be held in the capital, Lin Yuan's gains have never ceased as he witnessed countless martial artists fighting and killing each other. The participants of the Martial Tao Conference might not be very strong, but the martial skills they displayed were very diverse. With Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan gained enlightenment from numerous perspectives, which was far more useful than singly observing a few superior and profound martial skills. With your against heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, your understanding of the martial Tao after the mythical realm has improved. With your against heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you have vaguely grasped the true essence of nature. With your against heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you have created the cloud mist spirit refining skill. With your against heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you begin to perceive the direction for breaking through to subsequent realms. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of enlightenment, and unless faced with a life and death threat, he would hardly awaken. And with Lin Yuan's current physique and the self-protecting Yuan force of the mythical realm, even if a group of grandmasters attacked, he would not suffer the slightest injury. Half a month later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "I've finally found it." Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. At this moment, with the help of against heaven's understanding, he had finally locked onto the path that transcends the mythical level. It was only about locking onto the path. As for completely traversing it, it would still require a great deal of effort. But as long as the direction was correct, the rest was merely a matter of time for Lin Yuan. "It's time to go back." Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the outside of the martial hall. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, it didn't matter where he practiced. Still, he had spent 10 years at the great Zen temple and was quite content with the environment of Mount Xianxia, with its ancient Buddha lamps and a setting free from disturbances. To advance beyond the mythical realm would require a considerable amount of time, and Lin Yuan still wanted to return and stay on Mount Xianxia. The doors of the martial hall swung open. Yuan Pan, the lean old man who was always guarding outside, was suddenly startled. "Master!" Yuan Pan instinctively looked towards the inside of the martial hall. But he found that the young monk who should have been sitting there had already disappeared. "The master has left." Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat forlorn. Even though he had foreseen it, knowing that a powerhouse like Lin Yuan wouldn't stay at the imperial palace forever, he felt as though he had lost something. Great Zen Temple. Abbot Huayuan, the head of the Martial Monk Institute Huiwen, and several other institute heads gathered at the temple gate, their faces filled with worry. A year ago, the Dali Imperial Palace was breached by a mysterious monk, possibly a great grandmaster, and of course, the great Zen temple had heard about it early on. Unlike other martial artists and powers speculating about the origins of this mysterious monk, Abbot Huayuan and the several institute heads almost immediately confirmed that the monk was one of their Buddhist disciples. There was no choice. It was a young monk's appearance, plus the strength of a great grandmaster. Such an accurate description could only fit the disciple who had just entered the world. At first, they were amazed by Lin Yuan's power. Over 100 years ago, the great grandmaster who was the ancestor of the Dali dynasty ascended Mount Xianxia. Now, the Buddhist disciple of the great Zen temple had single-handedly breached the Dali imperial palace, which was a sort of quid pro quo. However, as time passed, the abbot and heads began to sense something was amiss. It seemed the Buddhist disciple was planning to reside permanently at the Dali imperial palace. Abbot Huayuan and the others weren't really afraid that Lin Yuan would forsake the great Zen temple, but they worried the Dali dynasty might harbor other intentions. It's easy to dodge an overt spear, but hard to avoid a hidden arrow. Admittedly, with Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Dali dynasty was his match, but what if the Dali dynasty resorted to some despicable schemes? You must know, the Dali imperial palace was once the home of the great grandmaster ancestor, and it's not without means to deal with a great grandmaster. If Lin Yuan stayed at the Dali imperial palace for a long time, what if he fell into a trap? Besides, Abbot Huayuan had even deeper concerns. As the Martial Tao Conference took place and several grandmasters went to the capital city to test their skills against Lin Yuan, rumors about Lin Yuan's power started to abound. Great Grandmaster. Pinnacle Great Grandmaster. Invincible Great Grandmaster. The unparalleled Great Grandmaster of all time, and so on. These rumors all originated from the other grandmasters. There was no question about their authenticity. As a result, Lin Yuan's fame grew larger and larger, far surpassing Patriarch Bodhidharma from 1,000 years ago and the ancestor of the Dali dynasty 100+ years prior. For other great grandmasters, this might not have had any impact. After all, those great grandmasters took at least decades to reach this stage. Their mental states had been tempered through many trials. But Abbot Huayuan was well aware that the Buddhist disciple was only in his teens. Could someone so young endure the trials of fame and fortune in the martial world? Let's wait a bit longer. The disciple has only been down the mountain for a year. It's not a long time. Even if he's affected by the secular world, he can still turn back in time, said the head of the Discipline Academy in a deep voice. Not to mention a great grandmaster, even for an ordinary martial artist, 1 year was not long, just the beginning of their journey. The disciple has a simple heart. The head of the Martial Monk Institute frowned, about to speak. Just then, on the narrow trail of Mount Xiaoshi, a young monk dressed in robes and straw sandals was stepping up the mountain one step at a time. The disciple has returned. Abbot Huayuan was the first to spot Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance to the great Zen temple. Disciple! The others greeted Lin Yuan with a slight bow, hesitating to speak. All is settled. Lin Yuan said only this, before returning to the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, sitting down once again, distancing himself from the secular world, far from the troubles of the martial world. On that day, the young Buddhist disciple of Mount Xiaoshi, in his straw sandals and robes, had just entered the martial world before he left it. Chapter 15 Against Heaven's Understanding, Integration and Mastery. Unprecedented and unparalleled Lin Yuan returned to the great Zen temple without causing much of a stir. Apart from the abbot and a few heads of the departments, no other monks were aware. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. There are 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory light screen below his line of sight, knowing that his time remaining in this world wasn't much. It should be enough, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had already charted a specific direction and approach for understanding the path above the mythical realm, and with an against heaven's understanding of comprehending it, 8 years was more than enough. The path of martial Tao, Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. In this world, the path of martial Tao was based on the human body, intertwined with spirit, continually transforming. Although the progress was slow, the advantage was that there were no significant weaknesses. At least it had much more potential compared to the evolution path of the genetic warriors of the Cosmic Human Alliance. The genetic warriors followed a pure physical evolution path, and once they encountered evolutionary beings like super ability sorcerers or mind masters. Without prior preparation, they were basically swept away. The genetic warrior path of evolution was probably a route designed by the upper echelons of human civilization, specifically created for their descendants. Completely reliant on gene potions, one could continue to advance as long as they could purchase potions of sufficient rank. I wonder how martial Tao is categorized as an evolution path and what the goddess of wisdom thinks of it, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encourages its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the goddess of wisdom even offers huge contributions as rewards to attract more human citizens to invest in this area. The value of an evolutionary path depends on 2 aspects. One is its popularity, and the other is its potential. The popularity aspect is easy to understand. If the path allows only you to cultivate, then it's of little value to the civilization as a whole. As for the potential, it's the theoretical limit of that evolutionary path. After more than a decade in this world, Lin Yuan had been using his against heaven's understanding to deduce martial arts, opening up the path above the Grandmaster realm towards the mythical realm and even beyond the mythic levels. He was pushing the limits of the martial Tao evolutionary path as much as possible in order to obtain a higher evaluation from the goddess of wisdom and receive ample rewards. Lin Yuan was well aware of his priorities. This world was just a stopover for him. Once his 20-year stay was up, he was to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Let's continue comprehending, he said. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, closed his eyes, and fell back into a state of enlightenment. This trip to the martial hall of Dali Imperial Palace had been of great help to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts recorded in the martial hall, the various wonderful methods mastered by fighters around the world. In the catalysis of the against heaven's understanding, countless inspirations exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, unwaveringly advancing towards a realm above mythical. Time passed. 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye. As time went on, the real identity of that mysterious monk who had broken through the Dali imperial palace finally came to light. He was Hui Zhen, the Buddhist disciple from the great Zen temple. Back then, Lin Yuan's words outside the palace, "This poor monk Hui Zhen," were heard by many. What's more, the great Zen temple had long since distributed Hui Zhen's portrait to temples far and wide, and Lin Yuan had also shown up at various martial Tao conventions held in the imperial capital of Dali. It wasn't difficult to speculate when comparing the past with the present. The exposure of the mysterious monk's identity led to a direct consequence. The great Zen temple became lively, and at the foot of Mount Xiaoshi, throngs of warriors came every day in admiration. The mysterious monk had only stayed in the capital of Dali for 1 year before vanishing without a trace. Many speculated that the monk might have returned to the great Zen temple. The numerous warriors came to the great Zen temple in hopes of catching a glimpse of Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was recognized as a great grandmaster and even proclaimed by several grandmasters as the greatest great-grandmaster of all time. There is no first in literature, but there is no second in martial arts. To be universally recognized by all grandmasters without any objection meant only one possibility, that Hui Zhen was unfathomably strong. He had convinced all the grandmasters. This was what attracted so many warriors to come. Even if they couldn't meet him, just a distant glance was considered extremely fortunate, and who knows if someone would be lucky enough to catch the eye of that unnamed monk. Wouldn't such a chance be even greater than a carp leaping through the dragon gate? As for the possibility of being valued by the Buddhist disciple and having to renounce worldly life to become a monk, just to step into the grandmaster realm, let alone renunciation, there would be a crowd willing to sever all emotional ties and take the vows. On the narrow path up Mount Xiaoshi, a burly man carrying a heavy sword walked slowly. Following the muscular man was a young man in his 20s. Master, have you come here to challenge that Buddhist disciple once again?" The young man asked curiously as he walked. The burly man carrying the heavy sword was the sword saint of the Southern Sea. If there were grandmasters nearby, they would notice that the sword saint of the Southern Sea had a profound aura, and staring into his eyes, one could feel the sharp and formidable spirit as if from a sharp sword. Great Grandmaster. This sword saint of the Southern Sea had indeed taken that step and had become a great Grandmaster. In other times, the birth of any great Grandmaster would be an extremely sensational event. Greetings from all directions. Countless heads bowing in reverence. These would be the most basic responses. However, the sword saint of the Southern Sea found it all tasteless. Ever since the sparring with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, the sword saint of the Southern Sea realized that there were always people beyond oneself, and heavens beyond this heaven. What of a great Grandmaster? When facing that Buddha's child, even a great Grandmaster would have to die. I'm just here to have a look. The sword saint of the Southern Sea shook his head. Also, do not compare your master with that Buddha's child. That Buddha's child was already beyond the great Grandmaster realm 8 years ago. The sword saint of the Southern Sea took a deep breath and said softly. Suddenly, the expression of the sword saint of the Southern Sea drastically changed. He looked up abruptly toward the summit of Mount Xiaoshi, in the direction of the great Zen temple. OM. A terrifying aura began to shake and instantly swept over the whole of Mount Xiaoshi. And it spread to all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. What is that? The sword saint of the Southern Sea's face turned pale. In his perception, an overwhelming aura rose up from deep within the great Zen temple, shining upon the world like the brilliant sun. Finally succeeded. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the Sutra Pavilion. After nearly a decade, he had finally stepped into a level above the mythical realm. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot, and various heads of the monastery had been waiting for a long time. The commotion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough was too great. Even the sword saint of the Southern Sea who was on the mountainside perceived it, let alone the many monks within the great Zen temple. Buddha's child. We've seen the Buddha's child. As Lin Yuan emerged from the sutra pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and others immediately bowed and said, Lin Yuan nodded in a good mood. The Buddha's child's strength must have surpassed that of a great grandmaster by now, right? Abbot Huayuan hesitated for a moment before probing. He had actually speculated as much earlier, but had never been sure. After all, the great grandmaster had always been the ceiling for martial artists since ancient times. Surpassing it was no easy feat. However, just now, having felt the disturbances of Lin Yuan's breakthrough, even if Abbot Huayuan were foolish, he realized something. That incredible aura, not even 10 or 100 great grandmasters could compare to it. The reason Abbot Huayuan knew this so well was that Elder Long Eyebrow had also successfully advanced to the realm of the great grandmaster a year ago. More or less, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he spoke lightly. Truly surpassed the grandmaster realm? Although they had already guessed as much, their hearts still stirred with massive waves upon hearing Lin Yuan's confirmation. The saintly monk, who was already a great grandmaster, had an even more complex mind. He had witnessed Lin Yuan's growth step by step, and more than a decade ago, he had even taken on the role of a master, guiding him. What lies above the realm of great grandmaster? Abbot Huayuan asked, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stared at Lin Yuan, their eyes burning with intensity. Though they could not reach the heights of Lin Yuan, and even the realm of great grandmaster seemed far-fetched, they at least wanted to listen. This alone put them ahead of the great grandmasters of old. Above the realm of great grandmaster is known as the mythical realm, where inner chi is sublimated into Yuan force. Lin Yuan patiently began to introduce the many wonders of the mythical realm. After finishing, Lin Yuan paused for a while, then continued, above the mythical realm. I haven't thought of a name for it yet, but when vigor, blood, and spirit fuse, one can sense the chi of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm? The hearts of Abbot Huayuan and others were tremendously shaken, and it took a long while for them to come back to their senses. They were just immersing themselves in the many incredibilities of the mythical realm, imagining the characteristics of that state, when Lin Yuan mentioned something beyond the mythical realm. Could it be that the young Buddha's child in front of them had already transcended the mythical realm? Otherwise, how could he know of the mysteries above it? Next, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few points before sending Abbot Huayuan and the others away. It wasn't that Lin Yuan did not want to elaborate, but with their realm not being sufficient, more words were useless. On the contrary, it could affect one's own cultivation. It should have reached the limit, Lin Yuan mused for a while, already faintly feeling an oppressive force from between heaven and earth. The level he was at now had reached the ultimate of this world. Proceeding further, given his against heaven's understanding, it wasn't impossible, but Lin Yuan did not have enough time left. That should be about it. Inside the sutra pavilion, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books piled up in front of him. They recorded the specific process details from the acquired realm through the mythical realm and even beyond the mythical level. Of course, the deeper one delved into the martial Tao, the more difficult it became for ordinary people to understand. This was why Lin Yuan was reluctant to discuss it in detail with Abbot Huayuan and the others. However, just in case the great Zen temple produced a disciple one day with even 1,000th of Lin Yuan's talent, these volumes might guide them. Considering such a day, it was probably an event for centuries or millennia in the future. After stepping into a level above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped cultivating and instead began to wander and enjoy himself. Even so, he increasingly felt the pressure from the world, as uncomfortable as a stranded whale. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The door to the myriad realms deep in his mind suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 1614 Return amidst a daze. Lin Yuan once again opened his eyes. The bed, bookshelf, photos. His gaze swept across the room, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Am I back? Surrounded by the familiar environment, Lin Yuan felt as if he had been in another lifetime. A moment ago, he was still in the martial world where he had spent 20 years. Now, he had returned to the cosmic human alliance that spanned the starry sea. That's right, Let's see how much time has passed. After his moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. Although from his current surroundings, Lin Yuan guessed that not much time could have passed. Otherwise, given the state of his consciousness having left his body to descend into another world, he would have already been taken to the hospital for treatment by his parents. But to know how many minutes or hours had specifically passed, he still needed to check. Only 10 minutes have passed. Having confirmed the current time, Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned. The 20 years he had spent in the martial world were merely 10 minutes here in the main world. Could it be the flow of time differs between these two worlds? Before traversing the barrier, the door to the myriad realms had informed Lin Yuan that the time flow of the world he was about to enter differed from his current world. But Lin Yuan had not expected the difference in time flow to be so vast. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there has been the saying, a day in the immortal realm equals a year in the human world. The flow of time in higher worlds is much slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial world clearly belongs to a lower world. The difference in time flow is even greater than that between the immortal realm and the human world. This could be discerned just by comparing the flow of time. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into his mind. There, a vast and towering door was hovering. Upon closer observation, the door to the myriad realms at this moment seemed much dimmer. Its edges were slowly lighting up. Once the entire door was illuminated, Lin Yuan could undertake a second traversal. As Lin Yuan focused his consciousness on the door to the myriad realms, streams of information began transmitting to him anew. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. Having gone through his first traversal, more functions of the door to the myriad realms flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. First was the manner of traversal. Apart from descending in consciousness, one could also traverse with their physical body through the door to the myriad realms. However, this method of traversal consumed more energy from the door to the myriad realms. It required at least several years to accumulate enough energy. Bear in mind, Lin Yuan's normal consciousness descent took only 8 months to a year for a single traversal. Physical traversal, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not very optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical traversal had many conveniences, such as not needing to cultivate from scratch, and so on. But the drawbacks were also obvious, which was that death meant actual death. A consciousness descent meant that even in the event of death, it was merely a return of the consciousness to the original body. There was an opportunity to try again. Of course, Lin Yuan had not completely ruled out physical traversal. At the very least, it could be used as a sort of life-saving method. For instance, if Lin Yuan faced some kind of life and death crisis in the main world, he could completely escape to another world through physical traversal. Then, after the crisis was over, he could return. Or, he could take advantage of the different time flows between the two worlds, achieve a breakthrough in the other world, and then return to the main world to turn the tables, and so on. In addition to adding the option for physical traversal, the information conveyed by the door to the myriad realms also mentioned that one could bring back objects from other worlds at a certain cost. This point did not surprise Lin Yuan. Since even people could traverse, it made no sense that other things couldn't. Innate Qi. After absorbing the information transmitted from the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and a strand of innate Qi naturally condensed within his Dantian Qi Si. In the martial world, Lin Yuan had just comprehended the superior martial art of the great Arhat Buddha fist, and consequently he smoothly gathered inner Qi with the body of a child. What's more, now that he had already surpassed the mythical realm. Surpassing the mythical realm, Lin Yuan named it the free and unfettered realm. Upon entering this realm, the sky is high and the earth is thick. I may roam free and unfettered. That is the free and unfettered realm. If it weren't for the promotion to a grandmaster, great grandmaster, or even to the mythical realm requiring vast amounts of external energy, making it impossible to achieve overnight, Lin Yuan now estimated it would happen in just a thought. Once the realm was achieved, all advancements naturally followed. Now, should I consider myself an evolver? Lin Yuan channeled the innate Qi throughout his body, silently pondering in his heart. The Cosmic Human Alliance had a very clear definition of an evolver, possessing power that ordinary people could not wield. The power here is a general term, the power of the mind of a psychic master, the supernatural powers of a super-ability sorcerer, and so on. All within its scope. The innate qi that Lin Yuan had condensed, although not of high intensity, was clearly something that ordinary people couldn't master. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room suddenly sounded. "Brother, brother, it's me. A young girl's voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up and knew it was his 6-year-old sister. After the notice of conscription came down, his parents were all well accommodated, and his young sister was no exception. Before even starting elementary school, she already had a place reserved in a higher education institution. Such immense wealth was the envy of many. He got up. "Open the door." Lin Yuan then saw his young sister. "Brother, you eat the cake," his sister said with a cake in her hands, looking aggrieved. It was clear that giving Lin Yuan the cake was not her own idea. Lin Yuan glanced at the living room and noticed that although his parents were busy with their own things, they were both covertly paying attention to this side. The matter of compulsory conscription was like sacrificing one son, Lin Yuan, in exchange for the family's prosperity, which didn't sit well with his parents. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and deep feelings had developed over the many years of living together. But they could not change the situation, as it was the decision of the Human Alliance government. Compulsory conscription is compulsory. Why add the word compulsory in front of it? His parents wanted to comfort Lin Yuan, but feared upsetting him, so they could only let his sister bring her favorite little cake to him to eat. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the little cake from his sister's hands and finished it in one bite under her hopeful gaze. It had to be said, after condensing innate qi, Lin Yuan was quite hungry, and although the small piece of cake was but a drop in the ocean, it was exceptionally sweet. "Is it tasty, brother?" Her big eyes looked up at Lin Yuan, with teardrops beginning to well. "It's especially tasty," Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Wah, such a tasty cake, how could brother eat it all up?" His sister burst into tears and ran back into the living room. Closing the room door, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Now that he had become an evolver, he could be exempted from conscription, and by rights, he should tell his parents. Yet, obtaining an evolver's certificate for it seemed the more prudent course. Only thus would he be officially registered, with official evidence, and able to apply for exemption from conscription. Lin Yuan planned to visit the Evolvers Association the next day, and after obtaining the Evolver's certificate, he would then announce the news to his parents. Otherwise, even if he told them, his parents might not believe him. How could their good son suddenly become an Evolver? Anyway, there was almost half a month left before the date of conscription. According to the statutes of the Cosmic Human Alliance, as long as one hadn't boarded the military district warship, one could be exempted from conscription as an evolver. Chapter 17 Uploading, Martial Tao Evolution Path. The most pressing matter at hand is to fully recover my strength as soon as possible. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, pondering to himself. With Lin Yuan's realm, as long as there was sufficient external energy, he could return to his peak in the shortest time. And external energy could translate to various kinds of nutritional supplements and tonics. The Cosmic Human Alliance governed vast star domains and was not lacking in such things. But the prerequisite was having enough money. As a student, Lin Yuan naturally didn't have much money. Although his parents had some savings, it was definitely not enough for the amount of nutritional supplements Lin Yuan needed to buy. Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway. If Lin Yuan could upload this evolutionary pathway, given the cosmic human civilization's support for developing entirely new evolutionary pathways, Lin Yuan would certainly receive a substantial amount of rewards. Not just rewards, but also a sufficiently illustrious identity. Lin Yuan had seen more than once on the internet the various deeds of evolution scholars who had pioneered certain evolutionary pathways. However, before uploading the Martial World Evolutionary Pathway, Lin Yuan still needed to make some minor modifications. After all, the human anatomy of the martial world was not identical to that of humans within the cosmic human civilization's realm. As a result, it was not guaranteed that the martial world's practices could be cultivated by citizens of the main world. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the value of the evolutionary pathway. One of the criteria for judging the value of an evolutionary pathway was its level of pervasiveness. However, such problems were nothing but trivial for Lin Yuan. Under the premise of a roughly similar overall framework and with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could easily adapt and modify the martial Tao evolutionary pathway to make it suitable for the citizens of the main world to cultivate. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. Compared to starting from scratch and deducing the subsequent path of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, modifying the existing martial world practices was undoubtedly much easier. In just 2 hours' time, Lin Yuan had completed the modifications for the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter. He also integrated all that he had comprehended in his 20 years in the martial world, forming a complete cultivation system. Martial Canon. Lin Yuan named it the Martial Canon. Having completed all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate AIs of the cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom was absolutely impartial, harboring no personal bias. Uploading the evolutionary pathway to the Goddess of Wisdom would prevent any interception along the way and other such accidents. The Goddess of Wisdom herself would impartially determine its value. Dozens of seconds passed. A familiar synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. Remember, you have already connected with the Goddess of Wisdom twice this month, leaving you 8 opportunities remaining. Please use them wisely. I want to upload a brand new evolutionary pathway. Lin Yuan said directly. Uploading a brand new evolutionary pathway. The synthesized voice didn't fluctuate in the slightest. In fact, not just across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, but on Kanglin Star alone. There were plenty of citizens who uploaded what they thought were evolutionary pathways every moment. What is an evolutionary pathway? It's a guide capable of facilitating a leap in the very essence of life. This leap must be stable and positive. Most evolutionary pathways uploaded by citizens are extremely one-sided, highly volatile, and may not even have many specific cases to show. It's just a waste of the Goddess of Wisdom's time for evaluation. However, a brand new evolutionary pathway is too important for the Cosmic Human Alliance. It's related to the birth of new supreme beings. Therefore, whether it's the Human Alliance or the 3 intelligent goddesses, all spared no effort in encouraging citizens to explore and develop new evolutionary paths, even if it resulted in some resource wastage. That's all. Lin Yuan had translated the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon into the Human Alliance's script and then began uploading. Evolutionary path reception in progress. Commencing preliminary judgment. Almost instantly, the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon were being simulated and deduced under massive computational power. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path is real. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path is appearing for the first time. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path has a vast popularity. Seconds later, Lin Yuan was contemplating the upcoming Great Grandmaster chapter and the mythological chapter. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom reached his ears once more. However, compared to the electronic synthesized voice before him, this time the voice sounded solemn and cool, even carrying a hint of emotion that should not exist. Respected Class 1 Citizen of the Cosmic Human Alliance, Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing deeper judgment. Please wait. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had certainly noticed the change in the Goddess of Wisdom. Could it be that the one currently contacting me is one of the main consciousnesses of the Goddess of Wisdom? Lin Yuan silently mused. The Cosmic Human Alliance governed vast star domains, and the number of its citizens was incalculable. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom given to each citizen as a welfare was actually a trivial subconsciousness of the true goddess of wisdom. Not much different from ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference was that it could contact the real goddess of wisdom at any time. It was said that the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom would appear when making truly significant decisions, but Lin Yuan had never experienced this. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, at this very moment, in a mysterious space countless light-years away from Kanglin's star, a vast screen was rapidly flickering, frantically assessing the value of the martial cannon. Deep judgment, the completeness and stability of this evolutionary path meet the standards. Deep judgment, the potential limit of this evolutionary path reaches Tier 3. Deep judgment, there is no similar evolutionary path in the current database. Deep judgment, this item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance's Charter. Initiating the contingency plan immediately and ready to request authorization. Searching for the highest authority within the nearby star domain of Kanglin's star. Planetary Governor Song Weong identified. Contacting Planetary Governor Song Weong. At the highest place on Kanglin's star. Song Weong stretched lazily, ready to end his day's work. As the planetary governor of Kanglin's star, there were too many responsibilities that Song Weong had to juggle. Kanglin's star was a middle-grade life planet, with a resident population of 50 billion alone. Let alone other citizens who come for travel or business. And all of this was Song Weong's responsibility. Ready to rest, shutting off all communication devices. Song Weong instructed his smart assistant and began massaging his temples as he stood up. This was Song Weong's habit over many years. Once resting, he would not involve himself with any work-related matters. Of course, Song Weong's rest time was very short. Only 2 hours each day, but during those 2 hours, Song Weong would absolutely not make contact with any work-related matters. Just as Song Weong was about to rest, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Governor, there is a call request. Didn't I say to shut off all communication devices? No one is to contact me while I rest." Song Weong opened his eyes abruptly, his eyebrows tightly knitted in dissatisfaction as he spoke. The requesting party's authority level is the highest in the nearby star domain, unable to reject. The highest authority level in the nearby star domain? Song Weong raised an eyebrow, quickly regaining his composure. Is it from one of the Star Lords? No. It is the Goddess of Wisdom. Chapter 18 Second-Class Citizens, the Elite Class, Goddess of Wisdom? Song Weong's expression grew grave. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligence goddesses, the authority of the Goddess of Wisdom was not only the highest in the nearby star domains. Even against the backdrop of the entire cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom was one of those with the highest authority. What does the Goddess of Wisdom want with me this late? Song Weong speculated in his mind. Every action of the Goddess of Wisdom was the result of countless computations by the intelligence network. It would never be without meaning. Could it be that those extraterrestrial species have made their move? Song Weong's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Several months ago, the Alliance detected traces of extraterrestrial species in a nearby star domain. That was why a conscription effort was launched, in hopes of dealing with the extraterrestrial species as soon as possible. Connect. Amidst fluctuating thoughts, Song Weong chose to connect. In fact, with the authority held by the Goddess of Wisdom, even if he refused to connect, it would be meaningless, as the Goddess of Wisdom could forcibly establish communication. The so-called right to connect was a right fiercely argued for by some Star Lord to protect citizen privacy, proposed at the once-in-century Constitution Convention tens of thousands of years ago, and it was a power that had been requested from the 3 goddesses. Even though this power was virtually useless, and choosing not to connect didn't actually mean one could avoid connection, it at least served as a fig leaf to ensure that one was not suddenly hearing the voices of the 3 goddesses while engaged in private matters. The moment Song Weong chose to connect the call, with a ding sound, the Goddess of Wisdom is now connected. Song Weong steadied his spirit and arranged his posture, then cautiously asked, "It's quite late, may I know why the goddess has sought me out?" The three ultimate intelligence goddesses of cosmic human civilization were the goddess of freedom, goddess of justice, and goddess of wisdom. These three goddesses, each in charge of different aspects, goddess of freedom overseeing aggression and expansion, goddess of justice managing legal decision-making, and goddess of wisdom responsible for public welfare and logistics. The three goddesses each performed their duties, supporting the dazzling brilliance of the current cosmic human civilization. According to Article 16 of the Constitution, when a new evolutionary path with potential reaching the third tier or above is discovered, the decision should be deliberated jointly by the goddess of wisdom and the highest authority figure in the vicinity. The solemn and dignified voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. Song Weiyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately asked, "Do you mean a brand new evolution path has been discovered that has the potential to reach the third tier?" As a governing official like Song Weiyang, he would encounter new evolution paths every day that needed his review and authorization. However, nearly all evolutionary paths had low potential, with most not even achieving a tier, and coming across a first-tier evolution path was already considered extremely fortunate. No wonder the goddess of wisdom is being so cautious by contacting me outside of working hours. Song Weiyang mused thoughtfully. If it had been a common evolutionary path, the goddess of wisdom would have already made her own determination and then just waited until Song Weiyang was working the next day to grant authorization. But potential reaching the third tier. Potential does not refer to the current upper limit of this evolutionary path, but rather the future upper limit simulated by the goddess of wisdom using her massive computing power. Any evolution path with potential reaching the third tier or above is the future and wealth of the entire human civilization, with the possibility of giving birth to third-tier evolvers through this path. Correct. The goddess of wisdom answered, "Please look, Officer Song Weiyang." Immediately, screen after screen flashed before Song Weiyang's eyes. It was the Martial Canon Innate Chapter and Grandmaster Chapter submitted by Lin Yuan. This. Song Weiyang's eyebrows scrunched up. Being a powerful evolver himself, he immediately realized the terrifying aspect of the martial Tao evolutionary path represented by the martial canon. It required few external resources, and it was not demanding in terms of innate talent. Even if one did not become an evolver through this path, one could still use it to strengthen and improve health. It was highly adaptable with few restrictions and had no significant weaknesses. Unlike certain extreme evolutionary paths that were too specialized and, if targeted, could be rendered completely powerless. The Grand Master realm of this evolutionary path should already meet the standards of a tiered evolver, Song Weiyang judged. Regardless of which evolutionary path one took, evolvers were divided into tiered and non-tiered evolvers. Non-tiered evolvers, though also possessing power beyond the limits of ordinary people, were far inferior in strength to those who reached a tier. This evolutionary path should be eligible to enter our Kanglan Star's evolution ranking, right? Song Weiyang tentatively asked. The Kanglan evolution ranking recorded all the evolutionary paths that had emerged on Kanglan Star since it became habitable, spanning a period of 820,000 years. According to the highest intelligence calculations, the Martial Tao evolutionary path can be ranked at number 93 on the Kanglan evolution ranking, the voice of the goddess of wisdom conveyed. It really made it onto the evolution ranking? Song Weiyang's expression was slightly complex. The Kanglan evolution ranking recorded the 100 strongest evolution pathways in the history of Kanglan Star. These 100 evolution pathways had withstood the test of long ages and seldom changed. At least since Song Weiyang had been an official, the Kanglan evolution ranking had not altered. According to Article 86 of the Charter, concerning the support policy for developing new evolution pathways, this evolution pathway will grant the developer a reward of 2,000 merit points. Does official Song Weiyang agree? The voice of the goddess of wisdom was somber and dignified. 2,000 merit points? Song Weiyang fell into deep thought. Merit points were the most valuable currency of the Cosmic Human Alliance, directly issued by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points could almost do anything, such as upgrading a citizen's level. With enough merit points, one could even command the three goddesses. Of course, The issuance of merit points depended entirely on one's contribution to human civilization. The more merit points one had, the greater their contribution to human civilization, and naturally, the more corresponding privileges one could enjoy. The decision of the Goddess of Wisdom to award 2,000 merit points to the developer of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway made Song Wuyang realize that he had still underestimated this evolution pathway. You should know that an evolution pathway with a normal potential reaching the 3rd rank would only be rewarded with 800 to 1,000 merit points. It's rare to exceed 1,000 merit points, let alone a direct 2,000 merit points. I agree. Song Wuyang nodded. The Goddess of Wisdom would not be partial. Since she deemed it worth 2,000 merit points, then it certainly was worth that much. Inside the room, Lin Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Still a bit hungry. After finishing the snacks in the room, Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Just then, a solemn and dignified voice came. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the martial Tao evolution pathway you submitted has been fully evaluated. Oh! Lin Yuan immediately perked up. The martial Tao evolution pathway was the culmination of 20 years of effort and understanding in the martial world, his final achievement in that realm. Lin Yuan also wanted to know the value of this evolution pathway in the Cosmic Human Alliance. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the judgment, the martial Tao evolution pathway has a potential of rank 3, with extremely widespread applicability, valued at 2,000 merit points. Would you like them to be issued now? 2,000 merit points? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of merit points. They were personally bestowed by the 3 goddesses of human civilization and represented the highest honor, capable of being used to raise one's citizen level. The fact that it was worth 2,000 merit points was also a great surprise to Lin Yuan. You should know that merit points could buy almost any restricted resource. In the underground black market, a single merit point could sell for tens of millions at exorbitant prices. And 2,000 merit points, even if sold cheaply on the black market, amounted to several billion. Merit points have been issued. After the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out, Lin Yuan immediately found that in the merit point column of his account, which was previously invisible, the words 2,000 now appeared. Upgrade citizen level. Lin Yuan began to operate. Although the value of merit points was high, their most important purpose was still to upgrade the citizen level. Using merit points as currency to buy items or converting merit points into cash through the underground black market? That was entirely a short-sighted action. Once the citizen level increased, would one still worry about not having money? At least Lin Yuan knew that citizens above level 2 could loan millions interest-free annually from the central bank. Moreover, many places simply required high-level citizens to lend their names, providing incomes of tens or even hundreds of millions a year. As Lin Yuan began to upgrade his citizen level, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came again. Universe Level 1 citizen Lin Yuan, using 1,000 merit points, has been upgraded to a Level 2 citizen. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It took 1,000 merit points to go from a Level 1 citizen to a Level 2 citizen. It would take 5,000 merit points to go from Level 2 to Level 3 citizen. Although he did not rise to a Level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was already very content. Level 2 citizen already surpassed 99% of the citizens. Normally, out of tens or even hundreds of thousands of Level 1 citizens, there would emerge only one Level 2 citizen. It was a rare elite class among hundreds of thousands. Chapter 19. Kanglin Evolution Ranking, what did you say? Accompanied by the change in Lin Yuan's citizenship level, a string of emails swiftly arrived in Lin Yuan's inbox. Emails? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Immediately, with a thought, he connected to the network, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The Cosmic Human Alliance emphasized technological development and had long abandoned external networking devices such as mobile phones and computers. As long as one was a human citizen, by using specific thought waves, one could connect to the omnipresent network. The Goddess of Wisdom and the other 2 supreme AIs could use this method to contact any citizen at any time. Open the inbox. Lin Yuan reviewed the first email that had been sent. This email was from the Cosmic Human Alliance. The general message was to congratulate Lin Yuan on becoming a secondary citizen, expressing hope that he would join hands with human civilization in the future, and so on. At the end of the email was an encouragement from the Cosmic Human Alliance. A transfer of 5 million. They are really generous, Lin Yuan thought, clicking his tongue. Then he casually glanced at his bank account. Indeed, 5 million had just been credited. The currency of the Cosmic Human Alliance was extremely stable. 5 million, enough to cover the expenses of a typical family of 4 for 200 years. Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shouqing, could not earn 5 million in his entire life of work. Even a secondary citizen would not disregard 5 million. After all, nobody would complain about having too much money. It seems that higher-tier citizens are far more popular than evolutionary beings of the same level. Lin Yuan silently considered. At least he had never heard of a citizen who had just become an evolutionary being receiving a transfer from the Cosmic Human Alliance. In fact, this made sense. There were many paths to becoming an evolutionary being, such as buying specific resources, like gene potions or developing one's body, and so on. These were fundamentally personal affairs, unrelated to the Human Alliance. But to become a secondary citizen, one must make contributions to the Human Alliance, receiving merit points from the Goddess of Wisdom. Naturally, the Human Alliance valued higher-tier citizens more. Lin Yuan, happy as could be, looked at the 5 million in his account again. With this fortune, Lin Yuan could buy nutrient solutions and other supplements without any restrictions, and regaining his full strength was now within sight. Next, Lin Yuan read through the other emails. The content of these emails was mostly explanations of various privileges. After becoming a secondary citizen, Lin Yuan gained many privileges that ordinary citizens could not access. There were mainly 5 aspects. 1. Living security. A secondary citizen, even if they did nothing, would still receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank every month. 2. Exemption privileges, such as conscription, immigration, and other actions involving compulsion. Unless Lin Yuan volunteered, he could directly refuse. 3. Virtual world access. Secondary citizens are qualified to enter the local network of the virtual world. 4. Life privilege. In the territory governed by the Human Alliance, even if a secondary citizen committed a crime, local law enforcement had no right to arrest them, and even less so to kill them. 5. Purchase authority. Many of the limited resources of human civilization could not be bought with money alone, but required the appropriate citizenship level. Of course, besides the 5 privileges mentioned, secondary citizens had many hidden benefits. For instance, according to the regulations of the Human Alliance, a large conglomerate must have a certain number of secondary citizens and above, and so on. No wonder there are so few high-tier citizens. Lin Yuan's expression revealed his awe. Virtual world access. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 3rd privilege. Lin Yuan could understand the other privileges of a secondary citizen, but this virtual world access. Would you like to enter the virtual world? As Lin Yuan focused on the line regarding the virtual world, the solemn voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded in his ears. Let's enter, Lin Yuan nodded. He was somewhat curious about this virtual world. Applying to connect to the virtual world. As this is the applicant's first connection to the virtual world, identity verification is now required. Iris verification passed. Blood verification passed. Checking for clone characteristics, result. Non-clone, DNA verification passed. Unique life fluctuation matches records, verification passed. Citizen Lin Yuan, please refrain from any thoughts of resistance during your time in the virtual world. No sooner had the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom come through, than Lin Yuan felt darkness before his eyes, and his consciousness quickly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily break free from this descent, but doing so might prevent him from entering the so-called virtual world, so he let his consciousness continue to sink. Where is this? When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a starry sky. Below his feet, a pale blue planet was slowly rotating. Is it Kanglin's star? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet under his feet was the miniature of the real Kanglin star. Whether it was the number of continents or the proportion of the ocean's area, they were all exactly the same as the actual Kanglan star. Respected citizen Lin Yuan. Just then, a solemn voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up to see a beautiful woman in a white dress quietly watching him. I am the goddess of wisdom. I will now introduce you to the functions of the virtual world. The goddess of wisdom paused for a moment before continuing. The virtual world that Lin Yuan is currently connected to is, to be precise, the local network of virtual world Kanglan star. It is divided into 7 areas: the residential area, the trading area, the arena area, central plaza area. With each area the goddess of wisdom mentioned, a corresponding part of Kanglan's star enlarged instantaneously below. That is, Lin Yuan gazed toward the central plaza area that the goddess of wisdom was introducing. In this area, a large number of figures were gathered, and at the center stood a massive and towering stone tablet. That is the Kanglan evolution ranking. It records the top 100 evolutionary pathways in the history of Kanglan star. The goddess of wisdom explained softly. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, then asked curiously, I wonder what rank the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway holds? The Martial Tao evolutionary pathway developed by citizen Lin Yuan, after calculation by the Supreme Intelligence, is ranked 93rd. The goddess of wisdom replied. 93rd position. Lin Yuan had no particular emotion. The current Martial Tao evolutionary pathway was merely something he had forged in the martial world over the course of 20 years. Even with Against Heaven's understanding on Kanglan star, with nearly 1,000,000 years of history and countless talented scholars born, it was not surprising to be ranked 93rd. In terms of understanding, nobody across the 1,000,000-year history of Kanglan star could compare to Lin Yuan. But one cannot overlook the extended period and the large population base. The Kanglan evolution ranking will be updated tomorrow, and citizen Lin Yuan's Martial Tao evolutionary pathway will be displayed for the first time. Would citizen Lin Yuan like to hide his citizen identification number? The goddess of wisdom inquired. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, what confirms a citizen's identity is not their name, but their citizen identification number. After all, there are many with the same name, but each citizen identification number is unique. Hide it. Lin Yuan contemplated briefly and then nodded. Being outstanding leads to envy, and the Kanglan evolution ranking, which selects only the strongest 100 evolutionary pathways, surely has tremendous prestige. Given Lin Yuan's current weak strength and lack of background, it was better to remain low-key. After understanding all the virtual world functions, Lin Yuan logged out. Is it almost dawn? Lin Yuan glanced at the sky. Xiang, may I come in? At that moment, the voice of Lu Qiong came from outside the door. Worried that Lin Yuan couldn't bear the shock of the draft, his parents held back all night and didn't seek him out actively. Now, as it was nearly dawn, his mother Lu Qiong, after much thought, decided to see how Lin Yuan was doing. Come in. The door isn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. You're up already? You probably didn't sleep well last night, did you? Mother Lu Qiong's voice was gentle. Although she looked rather plain, she emanated a feeling of warmth that made one want to be close to her. Xiaoyuan, actually, we knew about the draft yesterday. The district chief phoned Shouqing. Shouqing rejected it right away. You know your father, he couldn't trade your freedom for a career opportunity, and I didn't want it either. Our family of 4 is doing well. Why should we be separated? Mother Lu Qiong's eyes reddened. Mom, there's no need to be so sentimental. I understand it all. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the draft was simply due to Lin Yuan's bad luck and had nothing to do with outsiders. There was no conspiracy against Lin Yuan. You're the son I've raised for so long, a piece of flesh that fell from me. If you get drafted, what will I do in the future? Although the current technology of cosmic human civilization, like extracorporeal gestation, has long been achieved, nearly half of married citizens still choose to conceive their offspring through the difficult and thankless task of 10-month gestation. Lu Qiong was one of them. Xiaoyuan, this card contains all the money I've saved over the years. Shouqing doesn't even know about it. Take it for now. The pin is your birthday. It will definitely be useful later. Lu Qiong produced a bank card, placed it in Lin Yuan's hand with a slightly choked voice. This, Lin Yuan hesitated with a touch of uncertainty in his expression. He could clearly see that the money in the card was saved by his mother Lu Qiong through her frugality and thrift. Giving it all to him now. Actually, I don't need this. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan said, I don't have to go to the draft. I know you've always been sensible, Xian. Mother Lu Qiong was about to speak when she suddenly caught on. What did you say? Chapter 20 Advanced Nutrient Solution, I don't have to be conscripted anymore. Lin Yuan repeated. Lin Yuan's original plan was to visit the Evolvers Association, to register and then, as an Evolver, refuse conscription. But after being promoted to a second-class citizen, everything became much simpler. Among the 3 methods given by the Goddess of Wisdom to be exempt from conscription, the identities of both an Evolver and a second-class citizen had the privilege to refuse conscription. Xiaoyun, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital to have a look? Mother Lu Qiong didn't show a hint of joy but said with a worried face. Forced conscription was no trivial matter, and it wasn't something one could refuse just by wishing it. In Lu Qiong's view, had Lin Yuan experienced some kind of shock that caused a mental abnormality, which led to him talking nonsense. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment. I should be an Evolver now, don't believe me? Lin Yuan lifted his right hand and pushed in the direction of the living room. A few meters away, the ceramic bowl on the dining table turned to powder. Ah! Mother Lu Qiong widened her eyes at the sight. Facing such an incredible scene, Lu Qiong's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Really an Evolver? Lu Qiong murmured to herself. Besides those miraculous Evolvers, how could an ordinary person do such things? Old Lin, get up quickly. With that thought, Lu Qiong hurriedly ran out to report the good news to her husband, Lin Shouqing. A moment later, Lin Yuan sat in front of the dining table. His father Lin Shouqing and mother Lu Qiong sat upright, scrutinizing Lin Yuan up and down. It was as if they were meeting their own son for the first time. Especially Lin Shouqing, who was racking his brains about the conscription matter. Even if there was not much hope, he could not accept watching his son being sent to fight against alien races. But Lin Shouqing could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an Evolver. According to the Human Civilization Charter, even an unranked Evolver had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an Evolver? Father Lin Shouqing couldn't help but ask. There were many ways to become an Evolver, but the vast majority required paying a sufficient price, whether in money or in other ways. And Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student, with no price to offer. I just woke up with it after a sleep this morning, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. Of course, he couldn't possibly reveal the door to the myriad realms in his mind. This was his biggest secret, one that he couldn't tell to anyone but himself, not even to his closest kin. It wasn't that his parents would harm Lin Yuan, but the more people who knew, the greater the risk of the secret being leaked. Could it be that you're an awakening-type Evolver? Father Lin Shouqing excitedly speculated. Evolver types were divided into 2 categories, unique and common. Among the unique types, there were many kinds, and awakening types were among them. Awakening-type Evolvers possessed evolutionary genes in their blood. These genes might never manifest in a lifetime, or they might suddenly manifest one day. Going by Lin Yuan's description, his son closely resembled an awakening-type Evolver. In our Lin family, there must have been a powerful Evolver among our ancestors, otherwise, how could there be evolutionary genes passed down? Father Lin Shouqing was quite pleased with himself. Mother Lu Qiong immediately objected, pushing Lin Shouqing. Why can't the evolutionary genes come from my side? The two spoke with a noticeably lighter tone. Regardless of which side the evolutionary genes came from, Lin Yuan had become an Evolver, and therefore the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him anymore. Of course, after being exempted from forced conscription, all the conditions previously offered by the government were naturally also voided. But these matters, compared to having one's own son become an Evolver, were utterly insignificant. After all, as long as Lin Yuan entered the circle of evolvers, not to mention skyrocketing to success, at least crossing social classes would be a breeze, and by extension, they could also benefit from his light. Song Lan Star Virtual World. Central Plaza Area. Without exception, those who could appear here were either citizens above the second level or evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone enter this area. Among the 7 major areas of the virtual world, Central Plaza area was the liveliest, with a towering monument formed by the Kanglan evolution ranking. It was looked up to by countless evolvers and high-level citizens. You've just become evolvers and entered the virtual world, and the first thing you need to know is the significance of the Kanglan evolution ranking. In a corner of the Central Plaza area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was disseminating common knowledge to a few young men and women. The Kanglan evolution ranking includes the 100 most powerful evolution paths in the history of our Kanglan star, some of which have even shone brightly in other star domains. Remember, these 100 evolution paths have all been honed through the long passage of time. They are the monuments of us evolvers and are immutable, the woman with black-framed glasses quickly said. The young men and women listening nodded their heads in agreement. What a joke! They weren't fools and naturally understood the value of the Kanglan evolution ranking. The woman with black-framed glasses gave a slight nod. This time there were no people of overbearing pride and low ability to stand up and argue. Next, the woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue speaking. Just at that moment, below, a baby-faced young woman suddenly opened her mouth wide. Sister Ruan, it changed, the ranking has changed, stammered the baby-faced young woman. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How could the Kanglan evolution ranking possibly change? The woman with the black-framed glasses frowned slightly. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglan evolution ranking were the strongest that had emerged from countless other paths over nearly 1 million years. A change in the Kanglan evolution ranking meant that one of the paths had been surpassed and kicked off the list, which was, of course, an incredible event. Out of curiosity, she nonetheless looked up again at the Kanglan evolution ranking. Blood evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolution path ranked at 100. It's really gone, she thought with a sinking feeling. The blood evolution path that had been ranked at 100 had vanished, in its place the previously 99th ranked path. Martial Tao evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses quickly looked higher and immediately noticed a new face in the 93rd position. Is it this evolution path that has broken into the Kanglan evolution ranking? The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath, her heart surging with waves. Entering the ranking already proved the potential of the Martial Tao evolution path. What shocked her was which big shot had developed this evolution path. Big trouble is brewing, the woman with black-framed glasses thought to herself. Changes in the Kanglan evolution ranking would inevitably draw the attention of many powers on Kanglan star. For example, the blood evolution path being squeezed out of the ranking probably had its practitioners going mad by now. The change in the Kanglan evolution ranking was noticed by others in the plaza at the same time. Suddenly, the entire plaza burst into an uproar. Amazing! The last time the ranking changed was 560 years ago. Who developed the Martial Tao evolution path? Dr. Qin? Or perhaps Dean Shi? Not sure. Dr. Qin is my relative, and I haven't heard about him working on a new evolution path recently. How is the Martial Tao evolution path? Has anyone tried it out? Many evolvers and citizens of second level and above were discussing animatedly. They wanted to know who had developed the Martial Tao evolution path, but alas, the citizen number was hidden and no one knew. Lin Yuan was naturally unaware that his upload of the Martial Tao evolution path had caused a hurricane-like commotion in the virtual world. At that moment, he was browsing the mall, intending to purchase some nutrient solutions to quickly restore his strength. The so-called mall is a shopping platform officially constructed by human civilization. With a huge variety of goods and fair pricing backed by official endorsement, products in the mall were very diverse. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan primarily had access to restricted items. Genetic agents that ordinary citizens could never touch were included there, and they were selling for only 1 million each. Advanced nutrient solution? Lin Yuan quickly searched for a while, and then his gaze settled on the advanced nutrient solution. Nutrient solutions were essential supplies for space explorers, greatly supplementing their energy consumption. Nutrient solutions were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A single dose of low-level nutrient solution contained enough energy to satisfy a normal person's needs for a month. In other words, after taking a dose of low-level nutrient solution, a normal person could go without eating or drinking for a month. As for mid-level and high-level, they were mostly used by certain gigantic beasts and exotic creatures. Ordinary humans simply could not withstand the terrifying energy contained in such high-quality nutrient solutions. Chapter 21 Full Recovery of Strength. I'll buy a bottle to try the effect first. Lin Yuan set the quantity of the advanced nutrient solution to 1. Then he clicked to purchase. The price of a bottle of advanced nutrient solution was 200,000, equivalent to the 10-year income of an ordinary citizen without eating or drinking. And a nutrient solution of advanced quality was already a restricted resource. If Lin Yuan hadn't been promoted to a second-tier citizen, let alone buying it, he wouldn't even be able to see the option. At my current strength level, do I probably belong to the unevolved? After purchasing the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan began to evaluate himself. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's different description standards for each evolutionary stage, the innate realm in martial arts was barely at the threshold of evolution. That is, he was at the unentered level. Of course, realm is realm and combat power is combat power. The two should not be conflated. With Lin Yuan's mastery of the free and unfettered realm, he could exert 100% effectiveness from 1% of strength, even though only at the unentered level. When facing ordinary entered stage evolvers, he could still crush and thrash them without effort. Among entered stage evolvers, the first layer is divided into 12 segments. If I could recover all my strength, I would probably be between the 10th and 12th segments, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Purely in terms of destructive power, the Grandmaster realm was equivalent to the first layer's 1st to 3rd segments, the Great Grandmaster realm to the 4th to 6th segments, and the Mythical realm to the 7th to 9th segments. The free and unfettered realm, I estimate, is almost reaching the limit of the first layer, approaching the level of the second layer. A true second-layer evolver, while not reaching the city destroyer grade, would not take long to destroy a city without opposition from evolvers of the same level or technological weapons. A casual blow could easily demolish buildings and skyscrapers hundreds to thousands of meters tall. Senior evolutionary fluids, these restricted resources, would certainly need to be allocated from other major cities. It would take at least half a day to be delivered to Lin Yuan's hands. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yuan planned to buy a house. More precisely, a practice venue. The room Lin Yuan currently lived in was too cramped and fragile. Sometimes Lin Yuan even worried that if he stretched himself, he could bring it down. Most importantly, sometimes Lin Yuan needed enough space to verify his martial Tao. And as an evolver, he also needed independent space. His current residence clearly did not meet the requirements. Shuiyue Residential Complex. After browsing online for a while, Lin Yuan chose this residential complex. The Shuiyue Residential Complex belonged to the high-end real estate area of Dongning City and had just started selling not long ago, located in the suburbs. In the interstellar era, the real upper-class elites preferred not to live in the city's center. Therefore, high-end residential complexes like Shuiyue, built in the suburbs, close to nature, and with a focus on the environment, had always been popular. Lin Yuan glanced at the real estate prices of Shuiyue Residential Complex. They were around 10 to 15 million. Moreover, second-tier citizens could buy them at half price. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. In the cosmic human civilization, it is completely normal for higher-level citizens to enjoy many welfare benefits. After all, citizenship levels cannot be inherited, and all high-level citizens alive today have made real contributions to human civilization. This will be the complex. Lin Yuan went out and headed towards the suburbs. Half of 10 to 15 million is 5 to 7.5 million. That exceeded Lin Yuan's current savings limit. However, after being promoted to a second-tier citizen, Lin Yuan obtained a credit card from the central bank. He could borrow 20 million civilization coins interest-free. These 20 million civilization coins only needed to be returned within 50 years. It was one of the implicit benefits for second-tier citizens. With the status of a second-tier citizen, earning a few million a year with ease, it would only take about 7 to 8 years to pay off 20 million. It was not a high-risk loan. Soon enough, Lin Yuan arrived at the sales office of Shuiyue Residential Complex. There were not many citizens here, but without exception, they all had extraordinary temperaments and belonged to the real elite. After all, ordinary citizens rarely wandered around high-end real estate worth 10 to 20 million. When Lin Yuan walked in, although he was dressed plainly, he was not ignored, as a staff member promptly greeted him. "Hello, sir, what type of house would you like?" The staff member was a girl, fair and bright with large eyes and a tall figure, wearing a somewhat tight uniform that faintly outlined her curves. A bigger one, a quieter one. Lin Yuan relayed his requirements. Yes. As the conversation continued, Anna's heart grew heavier. She glanced at the young man in front of her who was under 20. Could he really be here to buy a house? It wasn't that Anna looked down on Lin Yuan, but those who came here to inquire, 9 out of 10 were just asking, and only one might have a bit of buying intention. This was perfectly normal, after all, involving affairs worth 10 to 20 million, everyone would be more cautious. But the tone of Lin Yuan's inquiries did not seem like he was just asking. Thinking this, Anna immediately became enthusiastic and even stepped closer to Lin Yuan, almost clinging to him. "They'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. This house had 3 floors, up and down, and to call it a house was an understatement. It was more like a manor with a special yard and even an underground training ground. "Are you really buying?" Anna was thrilled inside. "Do you need to apply for a loan, sir?" she asked cautiously. "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. Taking out a loan would come with interest, but with that credit card from the central bank, he could get an interest-free loan. "You guys have a 50% discount for second-tier citizens, right?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Indeed, for higher-level citizens, our Shuiyue," Anna answered routinely. But she stopped mid-sentence, staring in disbelief. "Sir, you are a second-tier citizen?" Anna's voice trembled. She had seen many rich people coming here to buy houses, but second-tier citizens or above were extremely rare. Mainly because the whole of Dongning City only had so many second-tier citizens, too few in number. "Sir, please wait a moment, they'll call our manager over." Anna apologized repeatedly and ushered Lin Yuan into the VIP room, the sales office resting area. Zhao Qiwu took a sip of water and then immediately walked out. The opportunity to work part-time here had come at a great cost to her. For high-end properties like the Shuiyue Residential Complex, the sales lady's appearance and figure were the most basic requirements, while their ability to be cordial and their customer service skills were extremely important. They had to ensure that customers did not feel the slightest bit of displeasure, yet were willing to spend their money happily. "I wonder when he'll be able to sell a unit." Zhao Qiwu let out a sigh. Then she looked up. "Hey, isn't that Lin Yuan?" Zhao Qiwu immediately noticed Lin Yuan, who was talking with Anna. "What's he doing here?" Zhao Qiwu was full of confusion. She and Lin Yuan were classmates. Although they didn't interact much, she was aware of his family's general financial status. Logically, Lin Yuan's family couldn't afford a house in the Shuiyue Residential Complex. Could he be just looking around? Zhao Qiwu speculated inwardly. She had no intention of going over to greet him. Firstly, they were classmates, and meeting in this setting would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, Anna had already taken the initiative, and if she went over, it might seem like she was stealing a customer. Even in Zhao Kaiwa's mind, Lin Yuan, this customer, simply didn't have the financial ability to buy a house. However, what happened next caused Zhao Kaiwa's eyes to widen in shock. First, she didn't know what Lin Yuan said to Anna, but then he was respectfully escorted into the VIP room by Anna. My goodness! That was the VIP room. Normally, only after a financial check and confirmation that one had a bank balance of over 20 million, showing adequate purchasing power, Would someone be invited into the VIP room? Zhao Qiwu racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan was invited into the VIP room. If Anna wasn't a senior employee here and wasn't likely to make such a basic mistake, Zhao Qiwu would have felt compelled to stop it. However, while Zhao Qiwu still hadn't collected her thoughts, a middle-aged man with an authoritative expression hurriedly came over and then entered that VIP room. Before entering the VIP room, the middle-aged man even paused to knock on the door patiently. Mr. Wang. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qiwu swallowed hard. Mr. Wang was the manager of the sales office, rumored to have deep connections with several top leaders in Dongning City. With Mr. Wang's status, he hardly ever received customers anymore, and even with significant purchasing power, it was rare to see him. Not to mention him coming over in such a humble manner. Could I have been mistaken? At this moment, Zhao Qiwu started to doubt her own eyesight. It simply couldn't have been Lin Yuan just now, but someone who looked similar to him and was a big shot. But would a big shot wear such shabby clothes? As for that outfit, Zhao Qiwu remembered Lin Yuan had also worn it at school, hadn't he? Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Filled with confusion, Zhao Qiwu waited outside. Moments later, Zhao Qiwu saw Lin Yuan being respectfully escorted out by Mr. Wang. Then, under Mr. Wang's personal guidance, they went to the residential complex behind to view houses. It really is Lin Yuan. This time Zhao Qiwu looked very carefully. She confirmed that the young man walking in front of Mr. Wang was indeed her classmate. What are you looking at? Staring at the customer like that, what kind of training have you had? At this point, Anna came over, frowning at Zhao Qiwu. Sister Anna, I was just curious. What kind of person is he, that even Mr. Wang? Zhao Qiwu didn't continue with the words as like a grandson to him, but her point was clear. Mr. Lin is a valued guest of our Shueiyue group. Don't refer to him as that person. If the manager finds out, he won't let you off. Anna glared at Zhao Qiwu and continued, also, don't inquire about the guest's information. That's also the company's policy. You understand? Yes, I understand, Zhao Qiwu replied, going slightly pale. Anna had brought up the company rules, which obviously meant that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond what someone like her could fathom. The environment is quite nice. At the Shueiyue residential complex, number 32, Lin Yuan sat in the underground training room, his expression showing satisfaction. You get what you pay for, and this place indeed met Lin Yuan's standards. Right, I need to change the address. Seemingly remembering something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and changed the delivery address for the high-grade nutritional supplement he had purchased to his current address. Half a day later, a strange man came to the Shueiyue residential complex and stopped in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin, here is the product you ordered. You can open it with your fingerprint, he said. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box from the man and ran his finger over the top of the box. Beep. Fingerprint verified, announced a synthetic electronic voice. Following that, the alloy box opened to reveal a 10-centimeter long test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky blue liquid, worthy of a nutritional supplement costing 200,000 yuan per dose. Lin Yuan smiled. Gulp. He opened the high-grade nutritional supplement and drank it down in one go. Immediately, Lin Yuan felt a scorching sensation spread through his limbs. The formidable strength nearly burst through his body, threatening to explode in all directions. Assimilate. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, the terrifyingly hot flow swiftly merged into his body, continuously being refined. An hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes silently. Have I stepped into the Grand Master realm? Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he felt the surge in vitality and inner qi within his body. They'll probably need about 20 more bottles to fully restore my strength, he estimated. Confirming the efficacy of the high-grade nutritional supplement, Lin Yuan hesitated no further and purchased 20 bottles. 2 days later, Lin Yuan had absorbed all 20 bottles of the high-grade nutritional supplement and fully recovered his strength. Chapter 22, The Evolvers Association, An Encounter Shueiyue Residential Complex, Residence Number 32. Underground Training Room. Now, there isn't any sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with deep eyes, quietly thinking to himself. In the martial world, after he stepped into the free and unfettered realm, he could feel the oppression coming from the unknown. As if a whale was stranded, his entire body felt uncomfortable. But now, he didn't feel that way. Is it the difference in the world's limit? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. The limit of the martial world was clearly far lower than that of the main world. This fact could be seen from the huge difference in the flow of time. Lin Yuan, at the unprecedented free and unfettered realm for the martial world, might be close to the real limit and was subjected to the world's suppression and rejection. But in the main world, even if it wasn't a beginning, he was still far away from the real world limit. At the very least, Lin Yuan knew that in the Cosmic Human Alliance, those truly powerful evolvers could easily traverse the starry skies with their physical bodies and shatter stars with a snap of their fingers. Over more than 2 million years in the Starry Sea era, the human civilization managed to venture from their mother planet, sweep across the various alien species, and occupy a vast and boundless star domain, partly because of the unified coordination of the three ultimate goddesses of wisdom, and the incredibly strong individual evolvers also made indelible contributions. Having regained all his strength, Lin Yuan took a while to adapt, then connected his consciousness to the virtual world. These past few days, while refining high-grade nutrient solution, Lin Yuan would occasionally enter the virtual world to explore. Songlan Star Virtual World, Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appeared on a street. People passed by from time to time. In the corner, a few figures would occasionally gather on the seats to chat and converse. At a glance, there were at least dozens of figures on this living street. Lin Yuan was no longer surprised by this. Although ordinary people did not have the authority to connect to the virtual world, Kanglan Star had a population base of 50 billion. Even if only 1 in 50,000 citizens were a second-class citizen, the total number of second-class citizens on Kanglan Star would still exceed 100,000. In reality, one second-class citizen would emerge out of every 2 or 300,000 people, and the actual number of second-class citizens on Kanglan Star was close to 300,000. And that was just second-class citizens. Evolvers also had the authority to connect to the virtual world. And the number of evolvers would be far greater than that of second-class citizens. After all, there were many paths to becoming an evolver: normal, abnormal, mutated, inherited, and so on. Of course, when we say there are many evolvers, it's relative to second-class citizens. Compared to regular citizens, evolvers were still extremely rare, with one appearing out of every few thousand people. Lin Yuan casually walked into a pub in the living area, sat in a corner, and ordered a mixed drink. This sensation, Lin Yuan took a sip, his expression slightly astonished. If he wasn't acutely aware of his external body, Lin Yuan might have almost believed he had arrived in the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. Such vivid sensory simulation must be built upon a colossal server, and if everyone could connect, the cost would indeed be terrifying. Lin Yuan sat in the pub for a while, then exited the virtual world. Now that I've regained my strength, I should go to the Evolvers Association as soon as possible, register on the record, and get the Evolver certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance exercised strict control over evolvers, and even if one was an unranked evolver, they had to register as soon as possible. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the Evolvers Association in the city and scheduled a registration appointment for the next day. For official organizations like the Evolvers Association, it's best to book in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. In the past few days, Lin Yuan had used the excuse of becoming an evolver who needed to undergo official training and had not stayed at home. At the dinner table, Mother Lu Qiong seemed to remember something and began to speak. "Xiaoyuan, didn't you become an evolver? Your father loves to show off." He mentioned this in the family chat group. After hearing about it, several relatives want to hold a family banquet, so everyone can get together, celebrate a bit, and by the way, see you, that family chat group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shouqing. In the interstellar era, the concept of clans had long become diluted, but social niceties still remained. Becoming an evolver was a major event that could change one's class status. much more reliable than getting into some higher education institution. Getting into a higher education institution didn't guarantee you could make something of yourself. Every year, millions graduate from such institutions, but how many actually find satisfying jobs? But for evolvers, it was different. Even if one was an unranked evolver, many companies and conglomerates were willing to offer high salaries for recruitment. If one day, by luck, you became a ranked evolver, that would really be like a carp transforming into a dragon. Originally, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, holding a negligible position among relatives. But now that Lin Yuan had become an evolver, everything had changed. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't come a time when they needed the help of Lin Yuan, the evolver. Sometimes, asking for help wasn't shameful. What's shameful is having no one to ask for help. Mr. Nian helped me before. He wants everyone to gather, and I couldn't refuse, Father Lin Shouqing said with a wry smile on his face. He had only boasted a few words in the chat group. Who would have thought someone would actually take him up on it? It's fine, I will be there for the family banquet. Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. They were just worried he'd have something else on and couldn't attend. If Lin Yuan, the guest of honor, wasn't there, what would be the point of holding the family banquet? A family banquet? What family banquet? Will there be delicious food? Sister Lin immediately perked up, her big eyes blinking as she asked. After finishing the meal and leaving home, Lin Yuan intended to go to the Evolvers Association to collect his certificate. He hadn't gone far when he received a phone call. May I speak with Mr. Lin Yuan? The voice on the other end was a woman's, somewhat tentative in her questioning. I am him. Lin Yuan nodded. I'm from the Evolvers Association. Yesterday Mr. Lin Yuan applied to register today. At the time, I was unaware that Mr. Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen, so I didn't make it clear. According to the association's rules, any second-level citizen who comes to handle affairs must be provided with special transport. The woman's voice on the phone was nearly frantic. In Dongning City, there were only so many second-level citizens, all of whom knew the president of the Evolvers Association. They conducted their affairs directly through the president. This low-level employee had never dealt with a second-level citizen before. When she received Lin Yuan's application the previous day, she had been busy with other things and hadn't paid it much mind. Only when she entered Lin Yuan's citizen number in the morning did she realize he was a second-level citizen. Because of this, she had caught her supervisor's attention. They had inquired if the second-level citizen had any special needs, emphasizing the importance of accommodating him to the best of their ability. It's not a problem, Lin Yuan shook his head. He hadn't lost anything after all. Where is Mr. Lin now? I'll immediately send someone to pick you up. The woman's voice on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan had taken issue with her service, there was no doubt that she would be fired the next day, with the reason entered into her record. After that, no company or business group would be willing to employ her, for the offense of slighting a high-ranking citizen was considered crossing a line, no matter where. I'm currently at, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment but then decided to tell her his current location. Having someone come to pick him up was convenient and would also save him the cost of a cab. After hanging up, Lin Yuan found a random coffee shop on the roadside to wait. However, it wasn't long before a voice suddenly came from nearby. Lin Yuan, what are you doing here? Chapter 23 Warning. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a tall and burly student running over to him. It was Du Quan, Lin Yuan's deskmate and close friend at school. Du Quan jogged over, grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder. Where have you been these past half-month, kiddo? When I asked Mrs. Liu, she just said you were busy. Lin Yuan just smiled and didn't say anything. Du Quan didn't really mind, but suddenly he looked surprised and felt Lin Yuan's shoulders and chest with his hand. Haven't seen you in half a month, brother, and you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? Du Quan exclaimed with admiration. Really? Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. You see, not long ago, Lin Yuan had just assimilated 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution. According to the conservation of energy, even though most of the energy from the 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution was transformed into Yuan Qi and spirit, his physical body was affected more or less. This was because the martial Tao evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan focused on secrecy and restraint, If it were other evolutionary paths, absorbing so much energy hastily, it's not to say someone would grow much taller or robust as a bull, but it wouldn't be far off, unlike Lin Yuan, who just seemed to look a bit stronger. After Du Quan expressed his amazement, he immediately pointed towards a few people approaching from not far away. Look who's coming. Lin Yuan glanced over and recognized that these were all classmates from their class. We just graduated, so we came out to hang out, Du Quan explained. He had originally wanted to invite Lin Yuan too, but since Lin Yuan wasn't at home, he had no choice but to leave him out. By this time, those few people too had come closer. Lin Yuan, what are you doing here, waiting for someone? A scholarly-looking man with glasses asked casually. You're Lin Yuan, right? It feels like you've changed a lot in just a few days. A girl sized Lin Yuan up and down, somewhat surprised. Hello, everyone. Seeing that everyone had come over, Lin Yuan greeted them as a formality. In fact, the original Lin Yuan was a very quiet person. If it weren't for Du Quan, he would not have hung out with these people. Among these people, there were mainly two groups. One was led by the scholarly man with glasses, Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu came from a good family and was intelligent, and many classmates wanted to get close to him. Another group was led by Hua Qinyao, a person with an extraordinary background, with seniors in the military, and was fearless in school. And Du Quan, being good at socializing and mediating, was well received by both groups. Furthermore, being righteous, both Chu Xiu and Hua Qinyao showed him respect. In addition, there were several girls present. Lin Yuan, take a look at who this is, our class flower, admitted to a prestigious university. I invited her over this time too. Men, do I have face or what? Du Quan said proudly, pointing at a tall girl nearby. This girl had fine features and a simple pair of jeans outlined her shapely legs and buttocks. It was none other than Zhao Qiwu. Lin Yuan? Zhao Qiwu was extremely unsettled. Ever since she saw the ordinary Lin Yuan being respectfully welcomed into the VIP room and buying a house worth over 10 million yuan at the Shuiyue residential complex sales office, and even Mr. Wang was very respectful, Zhao Qiwu realized that Lin Yuan's identity was not simple. All their classmates, even the entire school's teachers and students, had been deceived by Lin Yuan. She agreed to Du Quan's invitation also because Du Quan usually had the best relationship with Lin Yuan. Maybe Lin Yuan would also attend. Otherwise, with her character, how could she possibly attend such a meaningless gathering? But after she arrived and found Lin Yuan wasn't there, she felt disappointed but then saw Lin Yuan again, a tumult of emotions making her mind a little disordered. Hello, classmate Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu composed herself and took the initiative to reach out her right hand toward Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan, who was nearby, as Zhao Qiwu was always aloof. Even the likes of Hua Qinyao and Chu Xiu couldn't easily impress her, so why was she extending her hand to Lin Yuan? Hello. Lin Yuan courteously reached out and shook hands. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while. And then they found themselves a place to sit. Chu Xiu called over the staff and ordered everyone a cup of the coffee shop's signature coffee. That's our you bro, always generous. Du Quan flattered on the side. The signature coffee at this shop wasn't cheap, it was nearly 30 yuan per cup. For several people, that added up to over 200 yuan, which amounted to half a month's living expenses back in school. Once seated, they began to chat casually. I didn't do well in the college entrance exams and ended up at a third-rate university. I don't even know what I'll do after I graduate, a girl sighed. Isn't that simple? You're close with you bro, right? Just work at his family's company after you graduate, Du Quan joked on the side. You. The girl pretended to be angry but was internally delighted and couldn't help but sneak peeks at Chu Xiu now and then. Du Quan makes a good point. After you graduate, come work at my family's company. The compensation will definitely be generous, Chu Xiu declared with a sweep of his hand. A chance to show off in front of classmates like this, he wouldn't let it slip by, since graduation from college was still a long way off, and there was no need to worry about the future yet. Then thank you bro. The girl quickly expressed her gratitude. While sipping coffee, they continued their leisurely talk. Soon, the conversation turned to Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, you should be on the military conscription list by now, right? Hua Qingyao seemed to remember something and brought it up. Upon saying this, the surroundings fell into silence at once. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. Ordinarily, military conscription wasn't a bad thing, and they even arranged jobs after discharge. Chapter 24 Warning _2 For a normal person, that was considered a good outcome. However, this conscription was targeted against them, and due to confidentiality concerns, it was highly unlikely for anyone who made the draft list to return. Even if they weren't killed in battle, it would be almost impossible to see them again during their lifetime. Although the government would provide compensation and ensure the families were properly taken care of, one would definitely be a sacrifice. It's all hearsay, what this and that. In my opinion, these are just rumors. Du Quan immediately spoke up. Indeed. The government hasn't mentioned it officially, it might just be a routine conscription. That's right, Lin Yuan, you shouldn't worry too much either. Perhaps after you retire, you could be reassigned back to the military district. A few people started comforting Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just consolation. In reality, no one was positive about this conscription. Even though the government hadn't explicitly stated the purpose of the draft, compensation for everyone on the list had already been arranged. This was no secret, anyone who cared even a little could find out. After all, if it were just a routine conscription, would they offer so much compensation? Actually, there might be a turning point. My uncle works in the military district. I will go back tonight and ask him to see if there's any possibility of making flexible arrangements. Hua Qingyao spoke up at this time. He was the only one in the room with a military district background, and thus the most confident person to make such a statement. Then we'll have to trouble Yao. Hearing this, Du Quan immediately responded. His reply wasn't flattery, but a heartfelt thank you. As his classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to walk down a road of no return. When the others heard this, especially the few girls, their eyes suddenly brightened. The statement by Hua Qingyao implied a lot, most notably the possibility of influencing the draft list. This was a huge advantage in terms of connections. Compared to this, Chu Shiyu's earlier promise to help arrange a job seemed insignificant. A job was nothing compared to Hua Qingjiao's potential influence over military conscription. Instantly, aside from Zhao Qiwu, the girls present, including the one who sought a job arrangement from Chu Shiyu, all started gravitating towards Hua Qingyao. Lin Yuan sat aside, and instead of being annoyed by Hua Qingjiao's chest-thumping gesture, he found it somewhat amusing. The draft list was audited by the goddess of wisdom, and changing it was not as simple as one might think. Yet Hua Qingyao was ultimately trying to help him, even if the nature of that help was to show up Chu Shiyu. At Lin Yuan's level, the open and covert struggle between Hua Qingyao and Chu Shiyu was as amusing as children playing house. It's about time. I should go. Someone is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and got up to say goodbye. Without waiting for everyone's consent, he promptly left the coffee shop and headed towards the roadside. Huh. The people in the room frowned upon seeing this. Especially Hua Qingyao, who had agreed to inquire about the matter with his uncle. Although he hadn't made a guarantee, the least Lin Yuan could do was to say a word of thanks. But Lin Yuan said nothing and remained seated, now even making up an excuse to leave? Such discourteous behavior left Hua Qingyao feeling somewhat put off. This guy. Looking through the cafe's glass, Hua Qingyao watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, about to say something. Just then, a sleek, black, streamlined hover car pulled up at the curb. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. That hover car's license plate? Chu Shiyu also took notice, his attention immediately focusing on the license plate. Although his family did not have military background, they often dealt with the government, so he immediately recognized the license plate of the black hover car as government exclusive. Hanging such a license plate, it could enter special roads, not only shortening the distance but avoiding the possibility of traffic congestion. However, these kinds of designated hover cars were generally only used to transport VIPs. Why was one parked in front of Lin Yuan now? It must be a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help but think to himself. Yet, as everyone watched, a tall man got out of the black hover car and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd was once again silent. They had thought that Lin Yuan's claim of someone waiting for him was just an excuse. But it turned out to be true, and the person waiting for him came in a government-designated vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I saw this kind of plate before when I went with my uncle to the association for some errands. Chu Xiu seemed to realize something and spoke up again. Evolvers Association. Huaqinjiu's expression slightly changed. Among the many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly one of the toughest to deal with. They managed the community of Evolvers, were exceedingly strong-willed, and very influential. But why would such a formidable Evolvers Association send a special car to pick up Lin Yuan, a mere student? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. It was completely illogical. Maybe there is some kind of cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Xianxia racked his brain and offered this explanation. Probably. It must be that. The others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the idea was absurd, the Evolvers Association and the military district were two different systems. What cooperation could there be? But it was the only explanation that made sense of the current situation. After all, Lin Yuan's name was on the military conscription list. The only connection with the Evolvers Association had to be through the major military districts behind conscription. A few days ago, I looked over the conscription notice again and found that Lin Yuan's name was no longer on the conscription list. Zhao Qiwu, who had been silent, suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Especially Huaqinjiu, whose expression became rigid. He was no fool. He understood how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially with compulsory conscription. He had sworn earlier that he would inquire with his uncle, but it was just a routine question. He doubted that his uncle could do anything about it. Even if there was a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it was impossible to do such a thing for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had really been removed from the list? Impossible. I need to inquire with the Goddess of Wisdom. Huaqinjiu immediately connected to the network, and upon discovering Lin Yuan's name was not on the list, he started requesting a connection to the Goddess of Wisdom to inquire about Lin Yuan's exemption from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and stately female voice sounded directly in Huaqinjiu's ear. Warning, Level 1 Citizen Huaqinjiu, you are inquiring into matters outside your authority, suspected of violating Charter Article 560. This is the first warning. If you continue your inquiry, you will be brought before the Supreme Court for trial. Hearing the Goddess of Wisdom's icy warning, Huaqinjiu's face turned pale, and he was scared enough to fall on his butt. The Supreme Court of the Cosmic Human Alliance always prosecuted the most vicious criminals, and anyone judged by the Supreme Court bore serious cases and had caused extremely adverse impacts. What could Huaqinjiu possibly have done to warrant the Supreme Court taking time to judge him? Huaqinjiu's teeth chattered, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Chapter 25 Assessment. Huaqinjiu was now very panic-stricken. As one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of wisdom of the Cosmic Human Alliance, her authority was one of the highest. Even the august Star Lords were utterly respectful in the presence of the three goddesses, not daring to reveal a trace of impatience, fearing to lower their evaluation in the eyes of the goddess. Now that the Goddess of Wisdom had personally descended upon his main consciousness to issue a stern warning, Huaqinjiu felt as if the sky had collapsed. What? Huaqinjiu hadn't recovered yet when he saw Chu Xiu's face suddenly turn deathly pale. The level of his fright was no less than Huaqinjiu's, if not greater. You also checked Lin Yuan's information? Huaqinjiu asked. He suddenly turned his head to the others and warned, you must not go looking up Lin Yuan's personal information. If even he, after checking Lin Yuan's personal information, had been warned by the Goddess of Wisdom, then it went without saying for the others. They were all classmates, and their relationship hadn't deteriorated to such an extent that they had to watch each other be warned by the Goddess of Wisdom. What? A few female students looked around, bewildered. Huaqinjiu briefly shared his own experience. What kind of background does Lin Yuan have, that his personal information would be encrypted by the Goddess of Wisdom? Chu Xiu snapped back to reality, his expression ugly. It was true that in the era of the cosmic human civilization, a citizen's personal information was private. But just now, he wanted to find out why Lin Yuan's name was removed from the military draft list and had been warned by the goddess of wisdom. Such a degree of personal information protection was only available for those rare special talents and high-level citizens. Could Lin Yuan be related to these two aspects? Regardless of his background, I've made a complete fool of myself this time. Huaqinjiu's face turned slightly red. He had just solemnly declared in front of everyone that he would ask his uncle to see if he could help Lin Yuan. It turned out the other party didn't need his help at all, as Lin Yuan's name was already removed from the list. Zhao Qiwu, since you knew so early that Lin Yuan was exempt from the draft, do you understand more? Chu Xiu seemed to think of something and looked toward Zhao Qiwu, who was sitting aside. The gaze of the others also brightened, all turning toward Zhao Qiwu. Indeed. It was Zhao Qiwu who first mentioned that Lin Yuan was no longer on the draft list. Clearly, Zhao Qiwu knew more than they did. I don't really understand much either. Zhao Qiwu shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. It's just that a few days ago, I was working part-time at the sales center of the newly opened Shuiyue residential complex. I found that Lin Yuan was there and he directly bought a residence. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The Shuiyue residential complex was well known, having been heavily advertised during development. It was a genuinely high-end residential community, where the price of a single unit was upwards of 10 million. If Zhao Qiwu wasn't lying, Lin Yuan was definitely the richest student in their school. Nonchalantly dropping 10 million yuan, even Chu Xiu would find it hard to do without tapping into his family's connections to borrow money. It wasn't that the Chu family didn't have tens of millions in assets, but that Chu Xiu couldn't represent the Chu family. Hua Qingyao and Chu Xiu looked at each other with complex expressions. The two had been rivals in their class for 3 years, and it was likely all observed by Lin Yuan. Thinking of Lin Yuan's background, they guessed he might have found their rivalry as amusing as watching monkeys play. Zhao Qiwu glanced at Hua Qingyao and Chu Xiu, who looked dejected. There was one more thing she hadn't mentioned. Mr. Wang, the manager of the Shuiyue sales office, treated Lin Yuan with utmost respect, much like a grandchild before a grandfather. The Shuiyue real estate group was a well-known capital giant, with markets spanning dozens of surrounding cities, and Mr. Wang had connections with several leaders of Dongning City, yet he behaved in such a manner before Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu shuddered at the thought. She had been around such a big shot for 3 years? Zhao Qiwu bit her lip, seemingly pondering over something. Lin Yuan actually has such a significant background? Du Quan felt somewhat dazed. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years but now felt like he had never really known him at all. Evolvers Association. A black hover car silently approached. The hover car stopped, and Lin Yuan got out from it. This is the Evolvers Association? Lin Yuan felt a tinge of peculiarity in his heart. In front of him was a gray building, extremely unassuming, and there wasn't even a sign that read Evolvers Association. Are you Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman dressed in a black suit and skirt, the hem of which was rather short, just above the knee, revealing her fair and slender legs, hurried over and tentatively asked. Yes, that's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Zhu Qianxian sneaked a glance at Lin Yuan and then immediately led the way. She was the staff member who hadn't entered Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this, Zhu Qianxian was under tremendous pressure and was in a state of constant anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she probably would have been fired by her boss today. Mr. Lin looked so young. Zhu Qianxian led the way, sneaking another glance from the corner of her eye. Following Zhu Qianxian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Zhu Qianxian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to go through an assessment. Then, depending on the results of the assessment, you will receive the evolver certificate. I'm aware of that. Lin Yuan nodded. On the evolver certificate, there is a specific order indicated. And this can only be determined through a test of strength. In a short time, the two took the elevator to the 22nd floor. The elevator doors opened. Inside were several small rooms. made of dark golden alloy, neatly arranged into 2 rows. Mr. Lin's assessment room is right here. Zhu Qianxian led Lin Yuan to the door of a room at the far end. The assessment takes place in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Zhu Qianxian nodded and then shook her head. She then pushed the door open. Inside was a silver-white metallic virtual world cabin slot placed there. This is a virtual world cabin slot. Mr. Lin's assessment will take place in the virtual world, Zhu Qianxian explained without beating around the bush. The assessment is carried out in the virtual world? Lin Yuan looked around the room. Naturally, Zhu Qianxian said with a smile, powerful evolvers can easily destroy cities and lands. Do you think we should set aside an entire planet just for their strength assessment? Therefore, the assessment for evolvers is mostly done in the virtual world. Zhu Qianxian paused for a moment and then continued, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry that your strength in the virtual world will differ from your real strength outside. This is a virtual world cabin slot. As long as Mr. Lin lies down in it, it will scan your entire body and simulate it 100%, subsequently synchronizing it with your physical body in the virtual world. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of evolvers varies. The weaker ones, such as those who have not reached a rank or are below the first order, third or fourth segment, are okay. At most, they would need a square to assess their strength. But for stronger evolvers like Lin Yuan, a casual strike could destroy the gray building beneath his feet, and even more powerful ones, second layer, third order or up to fourth order, fifth tier. To assess the strength of such powerful evolvers, how many resources would need to be spent? Thus, placing the assessment location inside the virtual world is the most efficient method. Everything is virtual in the virtual world. Simulating an entire galaxy isn't a difficult task at all. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.